Chapter 699. Do you know anything about Jiang Hai and his soaring dragon manner? Rosalind Cartwright couldn't help but ask the man next to him. Oh, I don't know much about it. Hearing his words, the man froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Since you don't know, I'll give you an introduction. You just asked me why I should accept my fate. What can I do if I don't accept my fate? Let me tell you, all of his cows have a full slaughter rate, and the proportion of the beef that is slaughtered is as high as 20%. In other words, for a cow that is more than 700 kilograms, he can slaughter about 500 kilograms of meat, and among the meat, the special grade is as high as 100 kilograms. What do you not give up? Rosalind Cartwright looked at Jiang Hai in the distance and said with a bitter face, 20% of the special grade meat production rate. How can people live? Is there any way to have fun? 20%? Haha, that's really scary. However, you're the local tyrants of those states. Have you ever thought about controlling 20% of the technology in your own hands? Gazing at Rosalind Cartwright's hopeless expression, the man said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Rosalind Cartwright couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could I not have thought about this? The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. Such a law of survival was natural, and it was also natural in the American business world. After they lost to Jiang Hai, they thought about this idea. They had sent people to contact Jiang Hai's people openly and secretly, wanting to know the secret of Jiang Hai's cows. However, Jiang Hai was quite good to his cowboys. He had a good relationship with them, and he gave them a lot of money. Naturally, no one would betray him. Not to mention the trust between people, just the money they gave was definitely not enough to move them. Their annual salary in Jiang Hai's manor was $20,000 to $30,000. This was indeed not much, but the annual bonus was as high as more than $1 million. With an annual income of nearly $2 million, how could they betray Jiang Hai? One had to know that this was only 1 year. In 10 years, it would be 20 million. In 20 years, it would be 40 million. Of course, they still had to pay taxes. However, with this amount of money, ordinary bribes didn't exist here. Therefore, the Cartwright Company was given the cold shoulder at the beginning. Later, when Jiang Hai contacted the Walmart Group, he did not dare to touch him. As for now, Jiang Hai didn't just rely on the Walmart Group. He also had a lot of power himself. The Cartwright Company had no chance. Fortunately, Jiang Hai only occupied the top market. He wasn't interested in the middle and lower market. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. I don't know what you're thinking. I'll just pretend that you didn't say that to me today. It's impossible for us to deal with Jiang Hai, let alone be used by others. We're convinced by Jiang Hai's strength. It's that simple. Looking at the man in front of him, Rosalind Cartwright said with a serious face. He had met Jiang Hai. Otherwise, he would still have some ability. At least, he was very clear about the purpose of this guy's visit. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Of course, if the bird that sticks out gets enough benefits, it wouldn't matter. However, if he knew that he couldn't get any benefits, he would still stick out. He wasn't stupid. Oh, that's a pity. Hearing Rosalind Cartwright admit defeat, the man shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then he left with a smile and went to his exhibition hall. Yes, this man was also one of the exhibitors of today's livestock exhibition. This man's manor was also in Texas. However, unlike ordinary Texas ranches, he raised Wagyu cattle here. Wagyu cattle were the exclusive beef cattle of Japan. In fact, many countries around the world raised Wagyu cattle because Wagyu cattle were also divided into different grades. In Japan, Wagyu cattle were divided into many kinds according to different regions. There were Xinjiang cattle, Kobe cattle, Danma cattle, Songban cattle, Feiho cattle, Miyazaki cattle, Saga cattle, and Misawa cattle. Among them, the most famous were Danma cattle and Song cattle. Danma cattle were originally draft cattle. However, in 1898, the Japanese government improved from draft cattle to beef cattle. They became the ancestors of the three major Japanese Wagyu cattle, Songu cattle, Kobe cattle, and Miyazaki cattle. However, the latter two were actually not that high in grade. Generally, if people in Europe and America wanted to raise Wagyu cattle, they would import cattle from Japan, which was the latter two. The real Songu cattle couldn't be exported from Japan. The real Songu cattle were the most expensive type of cattle. At first, Songu cattle referred to the cattle raised in Mekong County, Japan. Later, it became the standard of beef cattle. Until now, it was a kind of beef cattle's grade and a way to raise them. The beef cattle in Japan were divided into 15 grades. Only the top 2 grades were called Songu cattle. Danma cattle were bought back and transported to an area in the center of Songu in the south of Yinchuan and north of Miyazaki in Mekong County for 3 years when they were 8 to 9 months old. Unmated cows would be sent to the market for grading and auction when they reached the standard weight. Therefore, this kind of cattle was more of a symbol, not a live cattle that could be bought by outsiders. But this person was different. The cattle he used this time was a Matsusaka cattle, and it looked quite good. Although it was a castrated bull, it was a good choice in terms of size and appearance. There must be a lot of onlookers. From this point of view, it was obvious that this person had a very close relationship with Japan. How is it going? Looking at this person walking back, a yellow man walked over from the tourists near his booth and asked this person in strange English, Matsui-kun, the situation seems to be a bit bad. There are very few people here who dare to fight with that person. Hearing the yellow man's words, the white man here glanced at Jiang Hai from afar, then said slowly. It seemed that he had found a lot of people, but the situation wasn't too good. It's understandable. Yesterday, Luke Shawn made it clear that he was on Jiang Hai's side. The cowboys and ranchers in Texas naturally don't dare to fight against Jiang Hai. The cowboys and ranchers in Montana have no interest in Jiang Hai. Although they are very curious about that technology, they are too far away. Even if there are benefits, they can't get it. In the end, the Car Light Company, which has the best chance to get that technology, has now admitted defeat. They really have no other way. Think of a way. Our country is quite interested in its technology. It doesn't need to be carefully raised to reach 20% top-grade beef. Our country is determined to get it. Also, we are quite interested in the cultivation method of that grass. As long as you can find a way to get it done, you can have as much Matsusaka beef as you want. Looking at the person in front of him, the Japanese man said with a smile, Yes, I will study it. Hearing the Japanese man's words, the white man also chuckled with a smile on his face. But he has other thoughts in his mind. If he really gets Jiang Hai's method of cultivating beef cattle and grass, will he give it to the Japanese? What a joke. At that time, he will be the next Jiang Hai, and he will do better than Jiang Hai. He will become the king of beef cattle in this world. He has to admit that although Jiang Hai is strong enough, he doesn't have enough ambition. He is too casual. At this time, Jiang Hai doesn't know that he's been targeted by a thief. At this time, he is taking care of his cows. In this way, the 4th day of the exhibition ended quickly. After the comparison and demonstration, Jiang Hai's steak reputation was indeed somewhat unshakable. Especially the booths on both sides of him, they were about to curse. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Now, they were very hurt. On the evening of the 4th day, a new round of rankings was updated. Out of the 64, only 32 were left. On the 5th day, 16 would advance to 16. On the 6th day, 16 would advance to 8. On the last day, the final 8 would decide the king of beef. This time, the Texas Livestock Exhibition has a total of 4 awards. 1 gold award, 2 silver awards for bronze awards, and the Appearance Award. Apart from the Appearance Award, which was not very reliable, it was probably prepared for the big companies that didn't win any awards. A total of 8 cows could win an award. In other words, if they entered the final day, they would basically be guaranteed a bronze award. There was only an eighth of a chance after the 4th day of the exhibition ended. The rankings of Jiang Hai's 3 cows rose again. This time, Jiang Hai's Soaring Dragon 2 ranked the highest 5th, Soaring Dragon 1 ranked the 8th, and Soaring Dragon 3 ranked the 11th. It has to be admitted that in terms of size, the Angus cows were indeed at a disadvantage. Looking at the Charolais cows, Limousin cows, and other large breeds of cattle, one of them could grow to 1.5 tons. For example, the Simmental cows and Hereford cows could grow to more than 1 ton. Even Wagyu cows could grow to about 1 ton. Compared to these cows, the Angus cows were indeed not at an advantage in terms of size. The maximum weight of 750 kilograms made the Angus cows look like little chicks among these big cows. It was precisely because of this that Zhonghai steak was not so famous. If possible, Zhonghai wanted to raise some large beef cows. However, if he wanted to raise large beef cows, he would have to sell all the cows in the manor. Zhonghai was reluctant to do so. Speaking of which, when Robbins Garcia first said that he wanted to raise Angus cows, Zhonghai did not understand. If he did, he could have raised something else. Come to think of it, he could not finish the pasture in his manor anyway. If he had raised Limousin cows back then, he would have. A bull could grow to 1.5 tons. With a slaughter rate of 65%, it would be 975 kilograms of meat. If 20% of it was premium grade beef, it would be 195 kilograms. If 1 kilogram sold for $700, the meat alone would be worth $136,500. Of course, this was all in hindsight. Moreover, Zhonghai did not know that his aura, oh no, blood, had such a great improvement effect on beef cows. Of course, if he had wanted to buy Limousin cows back then, Robbins Garcia and the others would not have agreed. This was because the taste of this kind of cow was actually not very good. Although it grew quickly and could grow to more than 800 kilograms in 12 months, the problem was also very serious. This cow grew quickly and had a lot of muscle, but little fat. What did marbling mean? It was fat. High-grade beef would grow with less fat. This kind of cow could only be killed from an 8-month-old calf to produce marbled beef. However, an 8-month-old calf was actually about the same as an Angus cow. That was what Robbins Garcia thought back then. Of course, Zhonghai himself did not particularly care about this. It was not that he had a problem with money, nor was he a saint. It was just that he liked Angus cows. This kind of cow was very quiet and not irritable. It was indeed very suitable for raising. If he raised other large cows, he would need more cowboys than just Robbins Garcia and the others. He would need at least 5 times more cowboys to take care of them. There were too many people, and if something troublesome happened, it would be even more annoying. After easily entering the top 32 on the 5th day, Zhonghai's Soaring Dragon Manor could be considered to have opened up some reputation. On the 5th day of the exhibition, there were even some people who asked about the Soaring Dragon Manor's beef. After learning that it was exclusively for Walmart and Haishang supermarkets, it was not difficult for people to associate it with the special grade beef that these 2 supermarkets were still selling. It seemed that this beef should be from Zhonghai's hands. Immediately, many people came over to hand over their business cards and exchange phone numbers. On the 5th day, Zhonghai's place was even more lively than on the 4th day. Perhaps it was because of his reputation, but at the end of the 5th day, when the scores were announced, Zhonghai's 3 cows were once again promoted to a higher level. The first place, Soaring Dragon number 2, had risen to the 3rd place, becoming a seeded contestant. Soaring Dragon number 1 replaced Soaring Dragon number 2 in the 5th place, while Soaring Dragon number 3 moved to the 7th place. The 3 cows entered the top 16 together, and this ranking was the same on the 6th day. It didn't change, at least until the last day of the show. No matter how good the Angus beef was, there was no way it could challenge the top 2 positions. In the end, after the 6th day of the show, Zhonghai's 3 beef cows all entered the final 8. The final rankings were 3rd, 5th, and 7th. In addition to his 3 cows, there were 5 other cows. Among them, 3 from Texas and 2 from Montana had made it to the finals. All the cows from other regions have been eliminated. Of course, because this was the National Beef Cattle Exhibition, it did not accept registrations from other regions and companies. Therefore, companies from Australia and Japan, which are also big cattle farmers, did not participate. These 8 cows could be said to be in the top 8 in the United States. Chapter 700. Tomorrow is the finals. Are you nervous? Prawalton let Zhonghai's head rest on her chest as she pressed Zhonghai's shoulder and whispered. These days, Zhonghai was really busy. Of course, this so-called busy was not physically busy, but mentally busy. Every day, too many people came to Zhonghai to ask if he sold his beef cattle or if Zhonghai's technology was for sale. Jiang Hai was annoyed to death listening to them, but after all, he was still participating in the exhibition. Jiang Hai could not lose his temper. He could only say over and over again that he was not for sale. After hearing this, the other party's reaction was different. Some of them were more particular. When they heard that Jiang Hai was not for sale, they left directly, but some people were not so particular. No matter which country, there would be some arrogant bastards. So some people began to threaten Jiang Hai by saying that they were from some company. They asked Jiang Hai to be more careful, or they pretended to be pitiful and asked Jiang Hai to give them some shares. Otherwise, they would lose their jobs when they go back. For these people who threatened him, he directly asked the security to throw them away. As for those who pretended to be pitiful, he directly drove them away and ignored them. Jiang Hai only came to win the award. He did not intend to sell these cattle. Because of this, Jiang Hai also offended a lot of people these days. However, from the beginning, Jiang Hai's goal was these low-end businessmen, so he did not care about offending them. I'm not nervous, but I'm a little excited. Let's get it done quickly. After that, I can go back and rest for a few days. Prawalton turned his head and gently rubbed Prawalton's plump body. His hair made Jiang Hai itchy. She couldn't help but pat him and then glanced at him. Feeling Prawalton's action, Jiang Hai also smiled, but when he was smiling, he suddenly took a deep breath. Did I hurt you? Sensing Jiang Hai's movements, Cheryl Lee, who was currently lying between Jiang Hai's legs and nibbling with her upper body, couldn't help but stop. After spitting out something that shouldn't be described, she looked at Jiang Hai worriedly. It's okay. It's very comfortable. Looking at Cheryl Lee's gaze, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle, That's good. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Cheryl Lee lowered her head once again and began to busy herself with her work. Sigh, time really flies. Tomorrow is the finals, and then we have to go back the day after. After we go back, we have to go to the company and start working. There's still 2 days to spend time with you. Looking at Jiang Hai in her arms, Prawalton suddenly felt a little reluctant. She had been with Jiang Hai for so long. To be honest, she didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Jiang Hai. She didn't understand Jiang Hai's feelings for her, but her desire to stay with Jiang Hai was getting stronger day by day. But every time this thought popped up, she would suppress it because she knew that it was impossible for her and Jiang Hai to be together. As long as you want, you can live in my villa at any time. Your room will always be there. Listening to Prawalton's words, Jiang Hai also looked at her. Jiang Hai didn't know how he felt about this woman, but if she wanted to come, Jiang Hai would definitely welcome her. Forget it. I don't want to be tied to a tree like you. You have to know that I still have a big family to feed. Hee, and those little girlfriends of yours, won't they kill me when the time comes? Chili finally left, and I'm going again. Haha. Well, let's not talk about these sad topics. Let's cherish the remaining 2 days. Prawalton glanced at Jiang Hai and said in a relaxed manner. Then she kissed Jiang Hai's lips. The fire of war unknowingly ignited in the room again. The night was silent. The next morning, Jiang Hai and the others had already gone to the cowshed and took the 3 finalists to the slaughterhouse. Beef competitions were different from bullfighting competitions and dogfighting competitions. Speaking of which, it was a bit cruel. It was a beef competition. What were they competing for? Meat. If they didn't kill the cattle, they would never know how good the meat was. So in all beef cattle competitions, except for bullfighting, they had to kill the cattle to see how good the meat was. Jiang Hai's cattle was naturally the same. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared, so he didn't feel sad. Early in the morning, which was probably around 5 o'clock, Jiang Hai and the others took the 3 cattle to the designated slaughterhouse. They watched the butchers kill the cattle, peel the skin, and remove the internal organs. As for the meat removal process, they had to wait until they were on the stage. They had already experienced this once at the New York Beef Cattle Show. However, when they were skinning the cattle, the butchers couldn't help but sigh. The skin of Jiang Hai's cattle was really amazing. So the butcher deliberately came out and told Jiang Hai that he bought the 3 skins for $3,000. Jiang Hai didn't bargain. He had no use for the 3 skins, so he sold them to the butcher. with the 3 skins. The butcher watched the butchers kill the cattle more carefully. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, the 3 cattle were skinned and their internal organs were cleaned, but the cattle were still whole. After they were processed, they were sent to the exhibition. At this time, the exhibition had been turned into a large stage to display every slaughtered cow. According to the order, the first one to go up was the 8th cow. This cow came from Montana and was called the Hall Livestock Company. It was said to be a first-class livestock company in Montana, but it was only in the middle of the first class. It wasn't the best. Montana and Texas were like 2 opposing forces. The Montana Cowboys looked down on the Texas Cowboys, and the Texas Cowboys looked down on the Montana Cowboys. Therefore, even if the 2 countries held a national competition, the top companies on both sides wouldn't participate. Only the mid-tier companies would participate. But even so, Montana had 2 nominees, which showed that they were quite strong. Montana is one of the 2 most developed areas in the United States in terms of animal husbandry. It's really good, but I don't think there's much hope for this cow. At the side of the screen, Robin Garcia and Jiang Hai stood together. Looking at the cow on stage, he couldn't help but whisper, "This cow looked good, but I don't know why, but it feels weird." Looking at the cow being carried on stage, Jiang Hai also said to Robin Garcia, although he wasn't very proficient in raising cows, at least he had trained his eyesight a little. This is a Charolais cow. It can be said to be a textbook Charolais cow. Its bones are strong, its limbs are strong, its head is small and wide, its horns are long and round, its neck is short and thick, its chest is wide and deep, its ribs are square and round, and its back is wide and thick. But there's a problem. Charolais cows are originally cows with more lean meat. So the meat of this cow won't be too bad, but it's still very difficult to kill a large amount of premium grade beef. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia also spoke seriously. While he was speaking, the host on the stage was also speaking. What he said was almost the same as what he said. Of course, he didn't say the last sentence. After all, before the cow was solved, the host couldn't interfere too much. A few big men went on stage with meat-carving knives and began to cut the Charolais cow. One has to admit that the people hired by the organizer are all good. It didn't take long for the cow on the stage to be almost finished. At the same time, there are also appraisers who came to check the meat. After about half an hour, the cow was completely cut open. The host also reported the situation of this Charolais cow. The net weight of this Charolais cow was 1,200 kilograms, and the total weight of the meat after slaughter was 816 kilograms. The slaughter rate was 68%, which was quite good. The premium grade beef was 16 kilograms, which was 2%. The special grade beef was 220 kilograms, which was 27%. The preferred grade beef was 351 kilograms, which was 43%. The standard grade beef was 135 kilograms, which was 16%. The commercial grade beef was 41 kilograms, which was 5%. The other 4% was usable grade beef, and the 3% was minced grade beef, which was not included in the calculation. Jiang Hai listened to the host's price and calculated in his heart. The premium grade beef was $700 per kilogram, which was $11,200. The special grade beef was $250 per kilogram, which was $55,000. The preferred grade beef was $100 per kilogram, which was $35,100. The standard grade beef was $19.57, $5. The commercial grade beef was $10 per kilogram, which was $410. The rest were not included. The total value of this cow was $103,667. $5, as expected of a cow that could enter the top 8 in the United States. The last one was worth $100,000. If such a cow was placed on other ranches, it would definitely be a breeding cow or a king cow. However, in a top ranch, it was far inferior. However, the fact that a cow could be sold for $100,000 still caused the audience to exclaim. Indeed, these top beef cows were too valuable. Of course, Jiang Hai was not worried about this. Not to mention that this cow was nearly 500 kilograms heavier than his cow. Jiang Hai did not care much about the slaughter rate. His goal was only the gold medal. It's our turn. After the announcement, this cow was pushed down. Next was Jiang Hai's cow, which was in 7th place. After saying that, Robbins Garcia went over to help Bert Dollar and the staff push the cow up. However, as soon as the bull came up, it could be seen that it was much smaller than the Charolais bull from before. This cow is called Soaring Dragon number 3. It comes from Winthrop's Soaring Dragon Manor. The Soaring Dragon Manor is the dark horse of this year's beef show. Even with the capabilities of their manor, they were able to produce 3 beef cows. It seems like they have secured at least 2 awards. The host couldn't help but sigh when he saw the cow being pushed onto the stage. Originally, this competition was supposed to be a match between Texas and Montana. However, now, Jiang Hai felt that Texas and Montana were similar. Now, he wanted to see how good the quality of his cow was. This is an Angus cow. When it was alive, it weighed 760 kilograms. Wow, it is considered a big one among Angus cows. Let's see how strong it is. As soon as the host finished speaking, a professional butcher stepped forward and started to cut the cow. However, as soon as the first cut was made, the pink beef was flipped out. The white marble-like fat in the middle of the pink beef was perfectly arranged in front of everyone. Superior grade beef on the first cut. Looking at the perfect beef, many people below the stage exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, more people had greedy looks in their eyes. The butcher on the stage was stunned for a moment, but he still started to cut the cow quickly. With each cut, the audience below would exclaim in surprise. It was really frightening. Jiang Hai and the others had seen this kind of occasion before, but they were still very happy to see their surprised expressions. This feeling of vanity really made them a little complacent. Because the beef was relatively small, it only took about 20 minutes to cut it out. The appraiser also walked up to the stage and looked at the beef with a surprised face. Then he weighed the beef. Cough. To be honest, I have never seen such a cow in all my years of hosting animal husbandry exhibitions. It's really terrifying. Now, let me publicize the results of these beef. This Angus cow, Soaring Dragon number 3, weighs 760 kilograms and produces 512 kilograms of meat. It has a slaughter rate of 67%, which has already surpassed the Angus cow. Among them, the superior grade beef hiss. At this point, the host couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really too terrifying. 118 kilograms, accounting for 23% of the meat yield. Oh my God! Superior grade beef, 312 kilograms, accounting for 61% of all the beef. These 2 grades of beef alone account for 84% of all the meat yield. That's terrifying. Superior grade beef, 51 kilograms, accounting for 10%. Standard grade beef, 11 kilograms, accounting for 2%. Commercial grade beef, 5 kilograms, accounting for 1%. The remaining 3% are usable and minced. This beef is really terrifying. Listening to the host report, the people below the stage were also calculating. 118 kilograms of superior grade beef was $82,600, and 312 kilograms of superior grade beef was $78,000. These 2 grades alone were worth $160,000. The rest was just a small amount of money. Jiang Hai secretly nodded at these figures. Of course, not all of the beef in his manor were like this. These 3 were specially strengthened by Jiang Hai before he came here. But even so, according to this price, the rest of the beef in his manor could be sold for more than 140,000 gold coins without a problem. And this time, after making a name for himself, according to Prawalton, she could buy Jiang Hai's beef for $860 per kilogram. In this way, Jiang Hai's income would increase again. This was the effect of branding. At this time, the audience below the stage, after calculating the income of this cow, looked at the cow and Jiang Hai with some red eyes. Before this, they also knew that this beef was worth a lot, but they didn't think that this beef would be worth so much. Chapter 701. How is this possible? My God, is this still the Angus beef? Don't tell me he used some kind of drug. I think so too. Otherwise, how could we not know what Angus cattle looks like? How could such a small cow produce so much high-grade beef? I think the soaring dragon manor must have used some unspeakable means. That's right. All right, stop talking nonsense. If he used some kind of unspeakable method, would he still dare to participate in the competition? Do you think the appraisers hired by the organizers are incompetent? If there's a problem, how can they not see it? Maybe they received some kind of dirty money? Yes, maybe they are in cahoots. If this guy really has a secret recipe that can improve the quality of the beef, why didn't he take it out? That's right, that's right. Looking at the price of the beef on the stage, many manor and ranch owners below the stage whispered. In their opinion, Jiang Hai's cow must have some kind of problem. Prawalton was also sitting below the stage. As the manager of Sam's Club, she naturally had the qualifications to sit here. Listening to the words of those people, she couldn't help but smile disdainfully. She knew better than anyone whether Jiang Hai's cow had any problem or not. No matter which country it was the same. It was very common to say that grapes were sour when one couldn't eat them. It was said that cutting off one source of income was like killing one's parents. Now, although Jiang Hai didn't cut off their source of income, Jiang Hai had a way to improve the quality of the beef, but he didn't tell them. This was a crime. In fact, this was the United States. Fortunately, it was the United States. It wasn't that Jiang Hai cheated them, but because the system was different, sometimes the way of dealing with affairs was different. The United States was a world of rich people. It was a world of government. Although the ones who had the final say were the plutocrats, these people wouldn't easily shake their foundation. They needed to set some examples of the American dream. They would let some people take advantage of the loopholes and make a lot of money. Therefore, even if they knew that Jiang Hai had a secret recipe to improve the quality of the beef, as long as Jiang Hai didn't get in their way, as long as Jiang Hai didn't do anything out of line, no one could force him to hand it over. This was the reality. There were many people like this in the United States. Some very important patents were held in the hands of the plutocrats. If the plutocrats didn't hand over the patents, the United States government wouldn't harm their personal interests. Of course, it was another matter whether they would study it privately or not. But at least on the surface, they still maintained the principle of personal wealth above everything else. But it was different in China. In China, people paid attention to balance. If Jiang Hai's beef cattle technology really had a high value for the cultivation of beef, then there was no need to consider it in China. Someone would definitely ask Jiang Hai to hand over the technology. If the technology was handed over to the country could say that it was taken from the people and used by the people. But if the technology was handed over to someone, then that person would become the ambitious Jiang Hai. Of course, the premise was that the person's influence must be great. Don't say that this was the black country. Jiang Hai was not worth a cent. This was the reality. For example, the famous academician Yuan had developed hybrid rice and donated it to the country. It didn't matter if he was willing to do it or not. If he was an American, after developing the hybrid rice, his net worth would be at least $10 billion. Even if he only sold the patent, it would still be the same. But in China, the country would only give some rewards. A few million? Tens of millions? Compared to a few billion USD, this was not a small amount. Of course, there was another political issue involved in this. That was the question of patriotism and how much one was willing to contribute to the country. Jiang Hai was still a citizen of Huaxia. This position would not change. Otherwise, Jiang Hai would be banned. For this kind of matter, it was better to stop here. It was enough to say it softly. In short, Jiang Hai was now in the United States. So, even if these people were envious, they could only watch. To be honest, I feel that the ranking of the Soaring Dragon Manor's cow is really low. I don't know what to say. Okay, let's calm down. Let's welcome the next cow. The one ranked 6th is a Hayford cow from Frankville, Texas. Its name is Sir Gall. No matter what the people below said, the host on the stage was still very calm. After looking at the card in his hand, he directly entered the process of the next cow. The Hayford cow. Although this cow was also called Frankville or Gall, in fact, this cow was not a French breed, but a British breed. It first appeared in Herefordshire in the south of England. It was the oldest small and medium-sized breed in the world. But no matter how small the breed was, it was still much bigger than Jianghai's Angus cow. When it reached adulthood, its weight was between 1 ton and 1,100 kilograms. This cow was actually very good. At least, it was better than the 8th cow. However, Jianghai's cow was in front of it, so this cow was not worth much. Although it could be sold for about $110,000, compared to Jianghai's cow, the difference was huge. After the 6th cow was cut, it was time to move on to the 5th cow. Jianghai's Soaring Dragon number 1 was in the 5th place. When Jianghai's cow was brought up, the sound of people sucking in cold air became even more obvious. Originally, they thought that Jianghai only had one good cow, but they didn't expect that Jianghai had so many good cows. When the butcher began to cut the cow, the discussion below became louder. Like Soaring Dragon number 3, this cow had been carefully selected by Robins Garcia. It had shocked everyone in the previous round. This cow was estimated to be worth more than $160,000. The lightest Angus cow could be sold for $160,000. These people did not even dare to think about it. Looking at Jianghai, who was standing by the side of the screen, many people's eyes turned red. However, many people were deep in thought. For example, Luke Shawn, who had also come over. Although his main assets were shares, he was a rancher. Luke Shawn himself was a rancher. This ranch could be traced back to the Spanish period. At that time, his family raised cattle here. But later, the Mexicans came and drove them away, and they lost their ranch. But later, when the United States counterattacked, his family played a big role. In order to thank them and reward them, his family's ranch was set up at that time. With a certain amount of money, when Luke Shawn was middle-aged, he had set his sights on internet companies. Microsoft, Apple, Google. Even Mark Cuban, a famous internet magnate in Texas, was one of his partners. However, his shares were in other people's hands, so he could be said to be a hidden tycoon. But he knew that his roots were in this ranch. That was why he met Jianghai. Now, looking at Jianghai's cows, to be honest, he was no longer satisfied with only 5% of the premium beef. He wanted more beef, but looking at Jianghai, he knew that Jianghai would not tell him the secret. The Japanese and their agents in the United States were also staring at Jianghai. When Jianghai's cow was shown, everyone knew that they had no chance of winning the gold award. Now, the only thing they could think of was how to get the technology from Jianghai. However, facing their gazes, Jianghai just chuckled. "Do you want to cause trouble for me with these rotten eggs?" Naive. After Jianghai's second beef was finished, everyone no longer discussed the issue of the Beef Cattle Exhibitions Award. Even if this was Texas, even if this was their home court, the home court could not be too biased. Even if this was an NBA game, the referees could not make a shot miss without a foul. By the way, their players were not prepared to defend, so the shot was invalid. Although some people from other countries were indeed shameless, they were not shameless to such an extent. After the 5th cow was cut, the 4th cow was still a Texas cow, a Limousin cow. Although it was not bad, it still lost. 3rd place was still Jianghai's cow. There was nothing much to say. The Soaring Dragon 2 continued to crush the audience. 2nd place was a Montana cow. It was a high-quality cow, but compared to Jianghai's cow, it was useless. This was a natural disparity between the two. But after the horse cow, the last cow was a Texas Matsusaka cow, which was the cow that Jianghai had seen before. This cow, whether it was in terms of size, or the brightness of its hair, it could be said to be the best of the best. Looking at it, Robins Garcia and the others were almost drooling. After the cut, the data of this cow was quite eye-catching. It weighed 1 ton. Its meat yield was 67%. It was 670 kilograms, and its meat yield was 6%. It was 40 kilograms. Besides Jianghai's cow, this was the highest percentage of meat yield. Even Montana Danma cattle only had a 5% meat yield, which was less than 5%. 5% meat was a watershed in the beef industry. After 5%, it was considered super beef, but it was just ordinary beef, nothing more. Jianghai was confident that he did not need to raise them. As long as they ate his grass, they would be able to raise these kings. "We chose the wrong cow. If we had chosen a bigger cow, we would have earned more." Looking at the Matsasaka bull, Robbins Garcia couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had been too careful back then. It's not a pity. I think the Angus cows are pretty good. All right, it's time to wrap things up. Give some of the beef from these 3 cows to the organizers and judges. PRA Walton will take the rest. It's time for you to move. Hearing Robbins Garcia's words, Jiang Hai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he walked out of the side curtain. The 8 cows had been cut. Next, it was time to give out the scores and announce the winners. In everyone's opinion, this promotion was a little redundant. Sure enough, when the bronze and soy sauce awards were announced, none of Jiang Hai's cows were selected. When it was time to announce the silver award, the winners were Soaring Dragon number 2 and number 3. As for the gold award, it was number 1's. After receiving the 3 silver-plated and gold-plated trophies from the host, Jiang Hai smiled and said a few polite words before leaving the backstage. When he left the exhibition hall, Prawalton had already sent a car to wait for Jiang Hai. As for Robbins Garcia and the others, they had already left. After Jiang Hai got in the car, it started and left. Less than a minute after Jiang Hai left, a lot of people rushed over, looking for Jiang Hai. Obviously, these people had ulterior motives. This time, the reputation of Winthrop's Soaring Dragon Manor has risen. Sitting in the car, Prawalton said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Yes, things here are finally done. Next is the matter of the Boston Fishery Exhibition. That's your territory, so I don't have to worry about it. Now that your reputation has spread, I still need to discuss with the head office about the price increase of your beef. Looking at Jiang Hai, Prawalton smiled and said, she really liked business and negotiation. She felt that this was the most exciting thing besides doing it with Jiang Hai. Then I'll have to trouble you, although I'm quite reluctant to let you go. Pulling Prawalton beside him and letting her sit on his lap, Jiang Hai looked at the delicate little face in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. For him, he was very happy to get along with Prawalton these days. In Jiang Hai's heart, Prawalton's position was actually second only to Chi Li, because other people really couldn't help him much in business. Chi Li was one, and Prawalton was the second. However, Chi Li confirmed it earlier. On the contrary, he didn't know what was going on between Prawalton and himself. They were friends, this could be confirmed. They were partners, this could also be confirmed. But whether they were in a relationship or not, Jiang Hai wasn't sure, and Prawalton wasn't willing to confirm it. They were more than friends, but not yet lovers, but they had slept together many times. Perhaps this idea was slowly changing. Jiang Hai also hoped so. Then you have to thank me properly tonight. You'll be leaving tomorrow. Looking at Jiang Hai's face, which was close at hand, Prawalton was also a little absent-minded, but she reacted in an instant and gently tapped Jiang Hai's nose. Prawalton said with a smile. Chapter 702. Looking at Prawalton's pretty face, Jiang Hai didn't care about anything else and kissed her directly. In fact, it didn't matter if he kissed her because Cheryl Lee was driving. In the car, the two were about to start a war. Fortunately, the car was small. It was only a Mercedes-Benz S600. The car in the back was small, so Jiang Hai couldn't use it. Therefore, he just wanted to satisfy his desire. However, when they arrived at the hotel, the thunder triggered the fire. It was estimated that no one would sleep tonight. Jiang Hai and the others didn't sleep because they wanted to make the best use of their time together. As for the others, they couldn't sleep because of other things. Texas National Livestock Exhibition closed with victory. Soaring Dragon Manor emerged as a new force and swept the top 3. Angus beef is worth $160,000. Who can stop the rise of American beef cattle? Winthrop, Soaring Dragon Manor, Mysterious Easterners. Is this the witchcraft of the Easterners or a conspiracy? Unbelievable 20% premium beef yield. Is this a miracle or a sign of the end of the world? The moment the Texas National Livestock Exhibition ended, countless details about the exhibition appeared on the internet and in some newspapers. Among them, Jiang Hai, who had won the gold medal and 2 silver medals, naturally had the highest exposure rate. Jiang Hai, the Soaring Dragon Manor, and the 20% special quality beef production rate. These words would appear in almost every report. Moreover, they would write a special book about it. All of a sudden, all the ranch owners who had read the news were surprised. Most of them began to search for information about the livestock exhibition on the internet. Of course, some of them had friends at the beef cattle exhibition, so they directly called to inquire about the situation. After learning that the report was true, almost all the ranchers and manor owners in the United States were alarmed. Many people went to Boston. Some of these people were reporters who wanted to interview Jiang Hai. Some of them were from the government. They wanted to see if there was any way for Jiang Hai to make this technology public. There were also some people with ulterior motives. They wanted to replace Jiang Hai. However, once they went, they would return empty-handed. Jiang Hai was used to keeping a low profile. It was impossible for him to accept an interview. The government was even easier to deal with. If they wanted to study the cows, they could take them away for research. They could even give them the research data on Jiang Hai's research. But no matter what, they couldn't figure out why the cows grew like this. They could also study the grass, but they couldn't figure out the cause. As for this piece of land, this was Jiang Hai's private land, so they couldn't take it by force. In this country, where human rights were emphasized, it was a serious matter for the country to forcefully seize land. If Jiang Hai did not sell it, this piece of land would always be his. As for those business tycoons, Jiang Hai did not care about them. The American tycoons were more interested in the banking industry. Among the top 10 conglomerates in the United States, the first was the Rockefeller conglomerate. Their main operation was in the oil industry. The so-called Mobil Oil was owned by their family. The second was the Morgan conglomerate, which mainly operated in the banking industry. This name might not be very famous in China, but it represented absolute power in the United States. It controlled General Electric, General Dynamics, Grumman Aircraft Company, and was also the largest arms contractor in the United States. As its trust fund began to grow rapidly, its strength was comparable to the Rockefeller conglomerate. Of the remaining 8 corporations, the third was Citibank. Needless to say, it was a bank. The fourth was the DuPont Consortium. Its main business was chemical industry and arms industry. The fifth was the B-City Consortium. The sixth was the Mellon Consortium. They monopolized the lead industry in the United States and the oil in the Gulf. However, the Cleveland Consortium, which was ranked 7th, was mainly engaged in industrial activities such as the local coal and steel industry. The 8th largest financial group, the Chicago Financial Group, had 5 banks and 2 insurance companies as its core. The 9th largest financial group, the California Financial Group, also had banks as its core. The 10th largest financial group, the Texas Financial Group, started from the oil and arms industry. These were the only 10 that posed a threat to Jiang Hai. In addition to these 10, the name of Walmart was enough to block the rest. Walmart was known for being low-key, so it was naturally the best choice. The 10 that posed a threat to Jiang Hai didn't operate ranching, so the price of Jiang Hai's beef and fish had nothing to do with them. If one day they really shed all pretense of cordiality and wanted to look for trouble with Jiang Hai, then as long as Jiang Hai took out the oil futures, the matter would be settled. Some people would say that the oil futures were nothing more than some oil production, so they could earn some profit. Indeed, in the hands of ordinary people, it was just some futures. But in the hands of Jiang Hai, it was different. For those consortia, it was different. In fact, the oil futures in the hands of Jiang Hai were equivalent to a lot of crude oil. This oil was his. If he wanted to take this oil with him and join any oil consortium, no one would be unwilling to do so. Compared to the black blood oil, Jiang Hai's manner was nothing. There are also people with ulterior motives. Jiang Hai didn't care about them. Jiang Hai himself wasn't a good person. Those who came to seek cooperation, Jiang Hai depended on his mood. If they wanted to play dirty, then don't blame Jiang Hai for letting Azalina go. Now that Azalina had appeared, no one knew if these people would be able to leave this place alive. After spending a good night with Prawalton and Cheryl, Jiang Hai and the others took a plane back to Boston early the next morning. They had to start preparing for the next fishing exhibition. As for Prawalton, she took her company's plane and went directly back to New York. She wouldn't go to the fishing exhibition, but it was necessary to pay attention to it. Her Sam's Club was going to focus on Jianghai seafood. After arriving in Boston, Edward Anderson and Tommy Charles specially drove over to pick up the four of them. At this time, although the five of them were physically tired, they were quite excited. Robbins Garcia, Burke Dollar, and Belle Lester each held a trophy and couldn't close their mouths. Connerson Peters was much quieter. After getting in the car, Robbins Garcia was still talking to Edward Anderson and Tommy Charles about the grand occasion. Of course, he also talked about Jianghai's revenge. After hearing about such a disgusting revenge method, they couldn't help but show a strange smile. This revenge was a little too disgusting. Jianghai listened to them and just smiled. In fact, he didn't think that revenge would be so disgusting. Sitting in the car, they quickly returned to Jianghai's manor in Winthrop. As soon as Jianghai got out of the car, he saw that the girls were already standing in front of the villa waiting for Jianghai. Even Aphrodite and the others came with them. Hey, boss, take care of your body. The fishing exhibition is the day after tomorrow. Don't be too weak. Looking at these girls, Edward Anderson elbowed Jianghai with a sullen face and then smiled slyly. Hearing his words, Jianghai couldn't help but give him the middle finger. Edward Anderson and the others looked at Jianghai's actions and didn't care. Instead, they laughed and then said goodbye to Qi Jie and left. Obviously, these days, Qi Jie's position in this manor was quite stable. You're finally back. After Edward Anderson and the others left, Delina and Marion immediately rushed over, hugging Jianghai's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and said excitedly, "What? Did you miss me?" Jianghai said with a smile as he touched the heads of his two daughters. Well, a little. Feeling Jianghai's hands, the two girls couldn't help blushing and then muttered in a low voice. Looking at them, Jianghai smiled and rubbed their heads. After that, he walked into the villa. Looking at the girls gathered in the villa, Jianghai honestly felt that this place gave him a strong feeling of home. Even his home in Ice City didn't give him such a feeling. He walked up and hugged Feng Yinshun, Ai Xiaoxi, Qi Jie, Chia, Azalina, Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, Paige, Shira, Ashiria, Bridget, and Janice. Finally, he hugged Delina and Marion and sat on the sofa. Now, except for Chi Li and Prawalton, there was only Selena Gomez, who was also uncertain. Without Selena Gomez, this house was becoming more and more like a family. Feeling Jianghai's presence, many girls closed their eyes. In fact, for them, it didn't matter where their home was. As long as they followed Jianghai, this was the feeling of home. The family stayed in this way until the evening. Then, Chia went to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Of course, Aphrodite and the others would also help. In their view, they were actually Jianghai's maidservants. Qi Jie, Chia, Feng Yinshun, and Ai Xiaoxi were at least concubines. When the concubines went to cook, they at least had to help. Jianghai had some sumptuous dinner on the table. After dinner, it was time for the main event. Jianghai was pulled into the room by Feng Yinshun and Ai Xiaoxi. But not long after he entered, he found that Qi Jie and Chia also came in with Aphrodite and the others. What's going on? Looking at so many people in front of him, except for Delina, Marion, and Azalina, everyone in the villa had gathered in Jianghai's room. Originally, Jianghai was still thinking about who he should be with tonight, but it was a little unexpected that so many people came together. Hearing Jianghai's words, Qi Jie couldn't help but glare at him. Then, she took off her shirt and threw it at Jianghai's face. Then, she directly threw herself on Jianghai. You're lucky tonight. Qi Jie glanced at Jianghai, lowered her head, and the invasion began. Looking at Qi Jie's appearance, the other women also looked at each other and took off their jackets. In an instant, 12 naked women in the room surrounded Jianghai and undressed him. When they found that Jianghai was ready, Ai Xiaoxi was the first to get on the train to the top. Last night, Jianghai almost didn't sleep. Prawalton and Cheryl Lee were still very wild. But tonight, he couldn't sleep at all. The noises started from 8 p.m. After all, they had just finished dinner. The noises continued until the next morning. Oh, no. It should be considered morning. Jianghai's room was filled with a strong smell, which was proof that they had gone crazy. He slept from 4 in the morning until around 4 in the afternoon, when Jiang Hai woke up from hunger. Yes, he woke up from hunger, not from sleep. Patting his aching head, Jiang Hai looked at the people around him. But at this time, Aphrodite and the others had already left. Although they also had a good time last night, they were not too tired. They got up and went to work at 9 o'clock in the morning. In their view, taking care of Jiang Hai, solving Jiang Hai's needs, and working was their duty. At this time, the only people who were still sleeping beside Jiang Hai were Chia, Feng Yinshen, and Ai Xiaoxi. Jiang Hai hugged the 4 girls into his arms and took a deep breath. Because of Jiang Hai's movement, the 4 girls also woke up from their sleep. Seeing that Jiang Hai had woken up, their faces were a little red. "You're up. I thought you would sleep until tomorrow." Looking at Jiang Hai, Jie said lightly. Although she was very shy at this time, she was still strong. At the same time, she took the initiative to lie on Jiang Hai's chest and said proudly, "Phew, if it's like this every night, I estimate that it won't be long before you have to collect my corpse." Patting Jie's butt, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Although it was very enjoyable last night, the burden on his body was still great. Even if he has the Dragon Ball, he still needs to exercise some restraint in this regard. The most important thing is that he doesn't know if it's because of the Dragon Ball, but after Jiang Hai saw a woman throwing herself in his arms, his self-control became extremely poor and his mind went blank. This is not a good habit. It's said that dragons are born with a natural instinct. Jiang Hai discovered this point from the beginning. This is really troublesome. He doesn't want to die on a woman's body in the end. That would be really too depressing. You wish. It's just because you've been gone for more than 10 days. We miss you a little. These days, Sister Feng and I have also discussed it. From now on, Little Ye and I will sleep with you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Xiaoxi and Sister Feng will come over to accompany you on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Every night, Aphrodite and the others will take turns to come over and sleep with us. You're really lucky. Patting Jiang Hai's chest, Jie said bitterly. Chapter 703. Other than the craziness on the first night, everything returned to the rotation system that Jie and the others mentioned on the second day of Jiang Hai's return. It just so happened that it was Friday and the Boston fishing exhibition would begin on Saturday. Jiang Hai hugged Jie, and had Aphrodite and Dana by his side. Naturally, there was nothing much to say that night. Although they still exercised, considering that Jiang Hai was a little exhausted yesterday, they didn't exercise too intensely. They only did it once and didn't let Jiang Hai move. After riding for a while, the 4 women fell asleep in each other's arms. Looking at the 4 people sleeping beside him, Jiang Hai's heart throbbed a little. Unknowingly, they had also officially entered his life. What will happen in the future? Who would know? The next morning, Jiang Hai woke up very early, about 3 o'clock in the morning. This was because he had something important to do today. After washing up, Jiang Hai also walked downstairs with his clothes on. When he walked downstairs, Edward Anderson and the others were already prepared. The back of each of the 2 F-750s was modified into a tank. In the tank were the seafood that they prepared last night. The back of the F-650 was modified into a freezer to store the frozen seafood. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, Robin Garcia and the others smiled at Jiang Hai, but the smiles on their faces were somewhat forced. Although they knew that their seafood was quite good, who knew how it would be before they sold it? How's the preparation? Looking at Robin Garcia, Jiang Hai jumped up and glanced at the fish in the tank, then turned around and asked him, "It's almost done." "Phew, success or failure depends on this." Robin Garcia took a deep breath and said seriously after hearing Jiang Hai's words. Patting his shoulder, Jiang Hai smiled. He wasn't giving him pressure. Jiang Hai is quite confident in his fish, and he believes that Robin Garcia and the others will also be confident. After everything was ready, the 3 cars carrying Jiang Hai, Robin Garcia, Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, Andrew Christian, Marin Rupert, and Jiang Hai's bodyguard, Connerson Peters, went to Boston together. More than an hour later, before 5 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Hai's team had arrived at the location of the fishing exhibition. In fact, Jiang Hai has been to this place before. He first saw Stweny Clive here, near the pier in Boston. But at this time, this place has become one of the 3 fishing exhibitions in the world. Jiang Hai's Principle of Wealth. This time, he rented booth is very near the front, and the place was not small, When they arrived, a lot of people had already arrived. These people were all fishermen or fishing companies nearby. They were also going to participate in this exhibition. After all, it's right in front of their door, and the booths here are open air after all, so it's not very expensive. So many fishermen will come to try their luck and see if they can get some sales and special orders. The price of seafood this year is not very good, and they are anxious. In addition to them, many other fishing companies also sent people over. However, seafood is not beef cattle. Beef cattle can be transported, but seafood tends to stink when it's transported. Even if it's said that stinky fish and shrimps are fine, it will definitely arouse the disgust of the buyers. Therefore, there are not many big fishing companies here. Most of them are near Boston, and some companies far away sent some representatives over at most with a signboard and some ordinary frozen fish. In fact, they are more interested in such a trading platform. That's all. When Jiang Hai came, the focus here was a fishing company called Tony and Clark. But after Jiang Hai came, their limelight disappeared. These fishermen are much more peaceful than those in Texas, and the people in this company have also heard of Jiang Hai. After all, Jiang Hai's reputation is famous in this area. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is his home ground. After exchanging greetings with them, Jiang Hai began to get busy. First, they filled the troughs given by the organizer with seawater, then put the live seafood into the troughs. This time, Robbins Garcia is very attentive to this fishing exhibition. So, in the fishing ground, except for Jiang Hai's treasured Yangtze River swordfish, Chinese bahaba, and yellow croaker, he caught a lot of other fish and put them into the troughs here. The live American red snapper, salmon, mackerel, grouper, and even 2 anchovies, as well as some other fish, were put into different troughs according to the price. The other troughs were filled with other things, such as Jiang Hai's lobster. Although it's a Boston lobster, it attracted a lot of attention as soon as it appeared. In addition to these lobsters, there are also many abalones, king crabs, geoduck clams, and so on. There's no way to bring sea cucumbers. Firstly, there's no way to leave the water, and secondly, Americans don't eat sea cucumbers. After these things are done, it's time for the main event. First, they made some small troughs, and after filling them with ice, Jiang Hai and the others took out their already chilled fish from the trunk of the F-650. When the first fish came out, a lot of people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the people from the fishing company who were in the limelight at the beginning. They originally wanted to compete with Jiang Hai, but at this time, that thought disappeared in an instant. Because at this time, in front of them, the fish that Jiang Hai took out was not an ordinary fish, but a tuna. At the same time, it's not an ordinary tuna, but the legendary bluefin tuna. This fish is almost 4 meters long. Although it's already dead, it attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was taken out of the freezer. This fish was carefully prepared by Robbins Garcia. For this fish, he went out to sea for many days before catching it. After catching it, he directly drained its blood and then put it in the freezer. It's just the 3rd day now, and it's still in its freshest state. As soon as the fish appeared, the entire exhibition hall fell silent, just like when his beef was cut by a knife at the beef show. Looking at this huge tuna, many people sighed helplessly. With this fish, Jiang Hai will inevitably cause a big sensation in this exhibition. The 4 people took this nearly 500-kilogram fish out of the car, then put it in the prepared ice trough and covered it with a lot of ice. At the same time, they took a plastic cover to cover the fish. First, it's to prevent flies and other insects, and second, it's to maintain the cold. A fish like this is extremely important. After this fish was sent down, Jiang Hai and the others took out another fish from the F-650's trunk. As soon as they saw this fish, everyone had no intention to compete because this is another bluefin golden spear, and this fish is bigger than the first one. Although it's only less than 30 centimeters bigger, it's really eye-catching when put together. Although Jianghai didn't deliberately raise tuna in his manor, there are a lot of bluefin golden spears. Jianghai roughly calculated that there are almost 300 bluefin golden spears in Jianghai's manor. He has seen bigger fish than these two, so he won't feel distressed. After these two fish were done, Jianghai and the others took out a few yellowfin golden spears. After taking out all the fish, Jianghai and the others couldn't help sweating. Fortunately, they were already mentally prepared. Although they were very busy, they were still very happy. After sitting there and taking a break, they drove the 3 cars to the parking lot. Soon after, the Boston Fishery Exhibition opened. The Boston Fishery Exhibition is not like the American Animal Husbandry Exhibition, where they have to evaluate beef cattle and cowboys. Here, there were only 2 categories to be evaluated. One was the seller, and the other was the quality seller. The seller referred to the seller who had signed a contract during the exhibition. The first, second, or third place would be enough. As for the quality seller, it was the seller who displayed the best quality seafood. As soon as they saw Jianghai's side, the title of the best quality seller, these people naturally gave way. The seafood on Jianghai's side is really terrifying. The people from the fishing company also came over to take a look. After glancing at it, they completely gave up. In fact, according to their company's preparation this year, it's not a problem to get a ranking in the exhibition outside. But now, looking at the things prepared by Jianghai, they laughed. Is this a joke? How can such things be compared? The Boston lobster, from the tail to the tip of the pincers, is almost 90 centimeters long, and its weight must be more than 15 kilograms. Such a lobster usually can be rated as the king of lobsters, but here, this lobster is just a lobster. Because Jianghai caught more than 20 lobsters of this level. More than 20 lobsters, pushed in the tank, looks really spectacular. The abalones, each of them is the size of an adult man's palm. Of course, it's not the palm of a basketball player. It's just a normal palm. Each abalone is this big. The crabs are also surprisingly big. Jianghai didn't bring any shellfish because he doesn't like them. These alone are enough to crush the people here. What's more, he has a killer move here. Although most of his fish are not small, they're not particularly big, but those tunas are enough. After looking at Jianghai's things, the person from the fishing company left with a bright smile. Of course, whether he cursed Jianghai in his heart, Jianghai doesn't know. But looking at his weak footsteps, his mood isn't very good. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after everything in the market was done, the Boston Fishing Exhibition officially began. As the security guards outside let the tourists in, countless people walked into this huge square. These people are divided into 3 kinds. People from various fishing companies who came to collect fish, and some restaurant owners and waiters who also came to collect fish. Of course, some people from high-end seafood restaurants are also among them, and some people are just tourists who came to buy some cheap seafood to eat at home. But in any case, there are a lot of people coming in. Jianghai's stall is quite eye-catching. It has a good location and a lot of things. Many people pay attention to Jianghai's stall as soon as it came up. When they saw the huge lobsters, crabs, high-quality fish, and a few tunas, the onlookers became more and more. Looking at this situation, Jianghai winked at Edward Anderson. The boss of Jianghai's fishermen also came forward and began to talk. Come and take a look at the freshest seafood. These are all caught by us from the sea in the early morning. You can sell them separately or take orders. Patting the sink, Edward Anderson also said loudly. Hearing his words, many people looked over. Your seafood looks really good. What's the price? After hesitating for a moment, a well-dressed white man standing in front said to Edward Anderson. Hearing his words, Edward Anderson couldn't help but chuckle. He fished out an American red fish from the sink next to him, then beat it to death in front of these people. He then cut open the belly, took out the stomach inside, and opened it for everyone. As soon as they saw Edward Anderson's action, many people subconsciously took a step back, but these are just tourists who are afraid of splashing blood. Those who didn't retreat are knowledgeable. They know what Edward Anderson means. He wants them to see the quality of the fish. After cutting open the belly of the fish, they found that Jianghai's fish is a little different from other fish. When the belly of other fish is opened, it will be particularly fishy and even have a stench. Of course, this is only the case for farmed fish. But when the belly of Jiang Hai's fish was opened, the fishy smell became a little lighter, and a trace of fragrance even flowed out from the belly of the fish. The blood of the fish is particularly clear, and when Edward Anderson opened the belly of the fish, there are only grass seeds and some remains of small shrimps inside. I'm not bragging, but our fish have not been fed a single bit of food. You can search the whole United States, no, the whole world, and the quality of our fish is the best. Come and try the sashimi. This is an American redfish, and see how it tastes. Looking at the people in front of him, Edward Anderson couldn't help but chuckle, then said loudly. Chapter 704. Raw fish was first eaten in Huaxia, but now it was most popular in Japan. In fact, during the gap in the middle, the main raw fish was still eaten in Europe. Don't forget that salmon was introduced to Japan by the Norwegians. The method of eating raw fish was also introduced. The real salmon was called Atlantic salmon, which was not found in the Pacific Ocean. Sashimi was also known as fish slices, sashimi, and sashimi. It was a dish that was made by cutting fresh fish and shellfish into slices and adding seasonings to it. Generally, the more common sashimi in China were tuna, salmon, bream, flatfish, bonito, springfish, mackerel, perch, mackerel, and so on. Of course, some people would use freshwater fish, but freshwater fish had many bones and were not very suitable for sashimi. In addition, in Japan, there were also quite a lot of other creatures that were eaten raw. Octopus, squid, cuttlefish, whales, and so on were also common ingredients. Although American redfish was not the best raw food, now that Edward Anderson had opened one, many people still wanted to try it, especially Jiang Hai's American redfish, which looked so good. After scraping off the scales and cutting open the silver-gray fish skin, the unusually white and tender fish meat appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Looking at the crystal-clear fish meat in front of them, many people subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and there was some eagerness in their eyes. Edward Anderson saw the expressions of these people. Looking at their expressions, he couldn't help but smile softly and began to slice the fish. The American red fish fillet was relatively easy to cut, and there was no need to freeze it first. The meat inside was more compact. In fact, if it wasn't compact, the fish raised by Jiang Hai would also be very compact, and there were very few bones in it. With the flash of Edward Anderson's knife, the side of a fish was cut. After cutting it, he pushed the fish forward, indicating that everyone could try it. Looking at the fish fillet that had been cut, everyone hesitated for a moment. In the end, they couldn't resist the idea of trying it. A white man picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. After chewing it gently, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, the taste is really amazing. If it wasn't for the American red fish, I would have thought it was salmon. Chewing the fish in his mouth, the man said unexpectedly, and then immediately reached out to take a piece. Since there was someone who ate the grapes first, naturally, there would be others who would try it. In an instant, many hands grabbed the American red fish that had been sliced. Although there was no ritual, no cold storage, and no ice cubes, these people were quite satisfied with the food. The quality of Jiang Hai's fish is obviously not on the same level. His American red fish, in fact, is not inferior to the average wild Atlantic salmon. His salmon is not worse than tuna. Even if it is not comparable to the legendary bluefin, it is not a problem to compare to the yellowfin. And his yellowfin is actually not worse than the top bluefin. The taste of his bluefin is even better than the best bluefin. The taste of his bluefin is even better than the best bluefin. This was also the reason why Jiang Hai felt that he would lose a lot of money if he sold the fish at the normal price. If he wanted to sell, he naturally wanted to sell the best and at the highest price, but fish was different from beef. Beef was divided according to the part, but fish was divided according to the type. If he sold the fish at the normal price, Jiang Hai would lose a lot. Looking at the people in front of him who were crazily snatching the fish, Jiang Hai sat in the distance and couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had expected such a scene, When it really happened in front of him, Jiang Hai was still very excited. It seems that our reputation has been established this time, boss. Tommy Charles looked at Jiang Hai and said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. Isn't this their purpose? The American red fish has been tasted, but I know at a glance that you are not full. Come, I'll kill another salmon for everyone to try. The side of the American red fish was divided in almost less than a minute. Edward Anderson called Eleanor Cece to cut the other side, but this time it was even faster. Maybe in less than a minute, only the skeleton of the fish was left. Looking at the people in front of him who were licking their lips with shining eyes, Edward Anderson laughed. Then, under everyone's gaze, he directly fished out a salmon from the sink. This salmon was bought by Jiang Hai when it was 4 years old, so this fish was not small. When it was raised, it was about 10 centimeters long and weighed half a caddy. After entering the water, this fish was not like the seedlings of the American red fish, which still mainly ate aquatic plants. After entering the water, it directly preyed on small squid and small octopus. These things contained more nutrients and energy, so although it was only raised for a year, this fish was not smaller than the average adult fish. After leaving the water, it was particularly lively and kept struggling. The Atlantic salmon was a kind of fish that did not grow big. Why was that said? This was related to their living habits. The Atlantic salmon was actually the same kind of fish as the Asian salmon. This was also why people often sold the Asian salmon as salmon in China. In fact, there was really no difference between the two in terms of appearance. There was also no difference when it was cut open. Except for the different taste, the biggest difference between the two was that one had black spots all over its body and the other had black spots only near its fins. That was all. In addition to looking similar, the living habits of these two fish were also the same. They would live in the river for a few years, and when they were about to grow, they would return to the sea. These two fish belonged to the upper echelon and only lived in the sea from sea level to 20 meters below the sea. They grew up in the sea, and when they reached maturity, they would return to the river where they were born, change their bodies, and prepare to mate. After mating, these fish would die. So it wasn't that these fish couldn't grow, but the problem was that they died the first time they matured and didn't continue to live. These guys could be considered to be existences that were willing to risk their lives for love. It was precisely because of this that there was no record of the size of salmon caught in this world, because they did not grow big. However, at this time, Jiang Hai's salmon had actually grown to the limit of its size, and it was particularly thick. With Edward Anderson's strength, he was a little out of control when catching it. Fortunately, the old fisherman was extremely experienced. He directly pressed the fish on the pressing board, then picked up the stick next to him. After 2 strokes, the fish almost stopped moving. Then, he continued to shave, remove the scales, and peel the skin. When the perfect orange-red fish mixed with white fat appeared in front of these diners, the eyes of the people who had just finished eating the American red fish lit up subconsciously. Just like beef, salmon meat was also divided into different grades. However, the grades were also different. The main food of wild salmon was Arctic shrimp, so the meat of wild salmon, because of eating shrimp, contained a substance called astaxanthin, which could turn the fish's flesh into an orange-red color. Salmon was only produced in 2 places, the northeast corner of the eastern United States and the southeast corner of Canada, and near Norway in Europe. Other than these 2 places, there were no Atlantic salmon anywhere else, and Norway only provided salmon to island countries. So, in other words, the live salmon bought in the domestic seafood market were all fake, and they were all chum. In some high-end supermarkets, there was some packaged Norwegian salmon. That might be real, but more than 90% of the salmon in Norway were farmed. There was a huge salmon farm in Norway, and 80% of the salmon sold in the world came from there. But because it was farmed, it was fed with feed, so this kind of salmon, after being farmed, was actually white. Just like the American red fish, the meat was white, not orange-red. In order to dye it, the Norwegians would deliberately feed these salmon with astaxanthin, which was not harmful to the human body. Instead, it was beneficial, but it was not as good as wild salmon. Most of the people here had been dealing with salmon for more than 10 or 20 years. At the sight of this fish, they knew that this fish was not farmed. Instead, it was born with this color. The astaxanthin had already seeped into every cell of the fish. As soon as they saw this, they felt their saliva secreting faster and faster. Looking at them, Edward Anderson was not in a hurry. He smiled and slowly cut half of the salmon sashimi, which took him about 10 minutes to cut. When he was done, he pushed it forward. These people did not even say a word, but directly grabbed a handful and threw it into their mouths. Oh, delicious! As soon as the salmon entered their mouths, their eyes instantly lit up. Jianghai's Atlantic salmon was indeed not an ordinary fish. After the fish entered their mouths, they immediately felt that the fish was soft and chewy. The fish had a sweet and fishy taste that they hadn't tasted for a long time. After tasting it carefully, the taste of the fish was no worse than a top-grade yellowfin golden spear. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a high-quality fish, to be honest, was rarely seen in their lives. When the people who had tasted the fish came back to their senses and were ready to eat it again, they found that the salmon was only left with the bones. The fish here is amazing. After tasting 2 fish in a row, these people were not satisfied, but their eyes were shining. This was especially true for the merchants. At this time, the fish in Jianghai's tank were no longer fish, they were all money. Thinking of this, their eyes became brighter and brighter. They couldn't wait to rush over, pick up the tank, and leave. However, they knew that this was impossible. After killing 2 fishes, Edward Anderson didn't stay idle. Although he wasn't going to kill any more high-grade fishes, those caught fish such as mackerel, bream, and the like were also going to be sold. It was easier to show them off. For more than 2 hours, Jianghai's booth could be said to be a sea of people. There were already a lot of people around, but now more people were attracted. They looked at Edward Anderson's actions and subconsciously licked their lips. For them, the fish at Jianghai's side could be said to be the most delicious. To be honest, even some individual customers had the idea of buying some fish to eat back. However, when they inquired, they learned that Jianghai's fish were only sold wholesale and not individual customers. They were also a little helpless about this. However, they were still reluctant to give up. After eating Jianghai's fish sashimi, some people went to the nearby stalls to have a look and eat some. In this exhibition, almost every stall had fish sashimi for free for guests to taste. However, the difference was really too big. After eating Jianghai's fish, eating other fish was really not so good. The originally delicious salmon would feel particularly fishy after entering the mouth, and it did not have the sweetness. Those who knew a little would find that the color of the fish was also a little different. At least, it did not look as natural as Jianghai's fish. Therefore, after these individual customers walked around, they returned to Jianghai's booth, but at this time, they all looked at the merchants. Since Jianghai's side does not sell separately, they can wait for these merchants to finish buying and then buy from these merchants. Although there will be some trouble, they can't go back empty-handed. Moreover, the food here is so delicious. To be honest, I don't know about other people's fish here, but I'm very tempted. Give me a price. Sure enough, they did not have to wait too long. The white man who tasted the fish first hesitated and said to Edward Anderson, "After all, the people here are basically Edward Anderson's customers, and Jianghai, the boss, has been sitting behind and watching the fun. Sorry, the price of our fish here may be a little beyond your imagination. We are from the Tunglong Company. This time, we are mainly here to promote our brand. Our marine products have basically been bought by Sam's Club and Walmart and the rest of the marine supermarkets. If you want to buy some, you can squeeze out some stock, but the price, to be honest, may be difficult to accept." Looking at the man in front of him, Edward Anderson's heart was about to bloom, but he still pretended to be a little hesitant and said to him, "Tunglong Manor?" Hearing Edward Anderson's words, the merchants on the opposite side hesitated and looked at Edward Anderson. Edward Anderson turned his body sideways, revealing a smile to Jianghai behind him. Chapter 705. When they saw Jiang Hai, who was standing behind Edward Anderson, the businessmen couldn't help but glance at each other. To be honest, they were all in the catering industry. Although the beef industry and the fish industry were in the sea, and the fish industry was on land, they usually didn't interact with each other. However, news still spread very quickly between them. A month ago, Jiang Hai's reputation in Winthrop had only been limited to a few northeastern states in the United States. But now, it was quite popular, especially at the National Animal Husbandry Exhibition that just ended a while ago. Jiang Hai's manor had crushed D. Sachs and Montana's livestock company, which had spread like wildfire. Naturally, these businessmen had also heard about it. Although they didn't know about Jiang Hai and Prawalton, they knew that Jiang Hai's beef was exclusive to Sam's Club and Sea Merchant supermarkets. They hadn't expected that Jiang Hai's fish would be of such high quality. No matter how expensive your fish is, there should be a price. You can't sell your red fish at the same price as the bluefin golden spear, right? After hesitating for a while, the Soaring Dragon Manor had unknowingly become a guarantee of quality. After hesitating for a while, the businessman asked Edward Anderson, who was in front of him, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. That's impossible, but it's more expensive than the one sold on the market. If you don't run a high-end Western restaurant or have a distribution channel, I don't approve of you buying our fish. Although the fish next to us are inferior, they are more in line with the public's needs. All right, I won't keep you in suspense. These barracuda, herring, mackerel, and other marine fish are all from the sea. They are all priced at $10 per kilogram. These red fish are the seedlings we bought with the latest technology. They are priced at $40 per kilogram. The grouper is $60 per kilogram. The anchovy is $65 per kilogram. The Atlantic salmon is $100 per kilogram, and the spotted prawns are $30 per kilogram. We only sell lobsters of this size, which are priced at $5,000 per kilogram, and we guarantee that they are at least 15 kilograms. The king crab is also priced according to its size, which is $2,000 per kilogram. The tuna is another matter. Edward Anderson said straightforwardly when he saw that they were interested. Hearing his price, many of the smaller vendors sucked in a breath of cold air and left. Remember the price they quoted when they went to the fishing company? The red fish was $6 per kilogram. The grouper and anchovy were $20 per kilogram. The salmon was $28 per kilogram, and the spotted prawns were $15 per kilogram. Now, Jiang Hai's price was at least doubled, and the Atlantic salmon was almost quadrupled. This kind of difference was really unacceptable to these people. Therefore, the general second-hand dealers retreated at this time. They had no choice but to retreat as they really couldn't afford it. The buyers of the Gao family restaurant and some top fishing companies were considering the gains and losses. We are definitely going to win the prize of this fishing exhibition. The quality is needless to say. In fact, we don't really care about the sales. After all, we have Sam's Club and the Sea Market. So, you can just take a look. Looking at the hesitation of the people in front of him, Edward Anderson said with a smile. Hearing his words, the people here couldn't help but look at each other. To be honest, Jiang Hai's price was so expensive that they really couldn't afford it. However, they knew that the quality of Jiang Hai's fish was really good. Now, the Soaring Dragon Manor's brand hadn't become popular yet. If it really became popular, it wouldn't be easy to snatch food from the mouths of Sam's Club and the Sea Market. Thinking of this, these people who were a little adventurous couldn't help but be a little moved. Do you accept small reservations? After hesitating, a staff member of the high-end restaurant came up and asked Edward Anderson. Edward Anderson was still familiar with this restaurant. It could be said to be one of the best Western restaurants around Boston and New York. The most authentic French restaurant naturally had extremely high consumption. That price meant that they could have more choices. However, if they really used the ingredients in Jiang Hai's manner, the price might be higher. Small reservations are not a problem for this month. After thinking for a while, Edward Anderson glanced at Jiang Hai behind him. After seeing Jiang Hai nodding, he said to the person in front of him, this month was also a trial period for Jiang Hai. After a month, Prawalton side would basically clean up the Soaring Dragon Manor's goods area. At that time, he wouldn't accept small reservations. However, he was still in the trial period, so it was okay to accept it. That's really great. To be honest, the quality of your fish is excellent, but we have to consider the problem of cost. We need to try new things, so we can only order small amounts first. However, a month is almost enough. We first want 300 kilograms of American red fish, 100 kilograms of male grouper, 100 kilograms of dragonfly, and 50 kilograms of salmon. As for the rest, we don't need them for the time being. How about tomorrow? Looking at Edward Anderson in front of him, the person in front of him breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he reported some numbers. 300 kilograms of red fish was worth $12,000. 100 kilograms of grouper was worth $6,000. 100 kilograms of anchovy was worth $6,000. And 50 kilograms of Atlantic salmon was worth $5,000. Altogether, they were worth $30,000. To be honest, Jiang Hai didn't care too much about $30,000. However, this was also a good start. In fact, these fish were only a few hundred or dozens of kilograms. In fact, these fish were only the sales of a high-end Western restaurant in a day. That was all. This was also a trial. Seeing that Jiang Hai nodded in agreement after calculating in his mind, Edward Anderson also stretched out his hand. This was a pleasant cooperation. After the first business, Jiang Hai and the others didn't mind. Edward Anderson killed a fish from time to time to attract everyone's attention. Even the nearby fishmongers came over to try the fish in Jiang Hai's manner. To be honest, after they ate the fish, they were also quite tempted. Just like Jiang Hai's beef, Jiang Hai's fish were also better than others. This made the fishermen start to think about other things. Why did Jiang Hai's fish taste better than theirs? Why was that? Some fishing companies and the like were preparing to study this topic and see if they could understand it. As for some ordinary fishermen, they were preparing to go fishing in Jiang Hai's fishing grounds. If the fishermen in Winthrop knew what they were thinking, they would probably laugh in disdain. This was because they were very clear about the defensive strength of Jiang Hai's fish farm. The periphery of Jiang Hai's fish farm was covered with sonar detectors. As long as a large fishing boat entered, it would sound an alarm. Although small speedboats and the like wouldn't sound an alarm, how could a small speedboat catch any fish? Jiang Hai's big idiot and the others underwater weren't to be trifled with. During the day, Jiang Hai's helicopter was always patrolling. They didn't even need to shoot. They just needed to record the boat number and report it to the marine surveillance. Well, not to mention stealing fish, they would have to pay a sum of money if they didn't detain the boat. That would be considered merciful of Jiang Hai. However, looking at the Winthrop people's understanding of Jiang Hai, although Jiang Hai was easy to talk to, it was impossible for him to be merciful because everything was ready and it was the first order for tomorrow. After eating lunch nearby, Edward Anderson called Marin Rupert, Andrew Christian, and Eleanor Cece back. Because there wasn't a lot of fish, it was enough for the three of them to go out to sea. He, Jiang Hai, and Tommy Charles were still here watching. However, the crowd in the afternoon was much less than in the morning. Although Jiang Hai still had a lot of people coming to watch, there were only a dozen people left. Jiang Hai had been sitting here for a whole day. To be honest, he was a little tired. So he greeted Edward Anderson and prepared to go out for a walk. He remembered that there was a good drink shop in the area. He was going to drink something, but before he walked out of the exhibition square, a person stopped in front of him. Looking at the yellow man in front of him, who was only about 1.7 meters tall, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "What can I do for you?" Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Hai frowned and asked him, "Hi, Mr. Jiang. I'm Suzuki Mureo, a member of the Suzuki Corporation. I was among the onlookers just now, and I saw your fish. To be honest, I've tasted the quality of your fish myself. It's definitely the best." Hearing Jiang Hai talking to him, the man couldn't help but smile, and then spoke in stiff Mandarin. Yes, he was actually speaking Mandarin. He spoke to Jiang Hai, but although he spoke Mandarin, the disgust in Jiang Hai's heart did not decrease at all. "Stop, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Looking at the islander in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't have any kindness. He wanted to walk away directly, but he felt that it was a bit shameful. So Jiang Hai waved his hand. It was better to cut the Gordian knot. "I'm being rude. Our Suzuki Corporation is a fishing company in Japan. Our main territory is the station market. I believe that your other fish will sell well in the United States, but I don't know what you plan to do with those tunas. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, Suzuki Mureo said with a longing look on his face. At the same time, his eyes were still looking behind Jiang Hai. You mean those two guys? Looking back at his two giant tunas that were still covered in ice, Jiang Hai was also thoughtful. To be honest, Jiang Hai didn't consider selling these two tunas here at all. In fact, those two guys are more of an advertisement. Now, the global production of tunas has been very low, and bluefin tuna more than 4 meters long is absolutely very rare. Some of the old fishermen hadn't seen such big guys for more than 10 years. These two guys were indeed very intimidating when placed there. Yes, those two perfect sprites. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Suzuki Mureo's eyes showed a look of fascination. Are you going to buy them? If you want to buy them, I will sell them to you. With a wave of his hand, although such a big tuna is very rare now, there are a lot of them in Jiang Hai's fishery. There are at least 30 or 50 of them, and in less than a year, they will grow to more than 100 or even bigger. Jiang Hai is patient. They will grow into giants sooner or later. Hey, thank you very much. I don't know the price of this fish. Listening to Jiang Hai, Suzuki Mureo said to Jiang Hai, well, 8 million. Listening to his words, Jiang Hai calculated in his heart. He once sold bluefin tuna in Puerto Rico. But that fish is only 2 meters long, and these two are more than 4 meters long. How much can they sell for? The 2-meter-long one sold for more than $40,000 and nearly $50,000 US. The 4-meter-long one should sell for $300,000 US. Two for $600,000 US. But after thinking about it, Jiang Hai directly tripled the price. But after hearing this price, Suzuki Mureo's eyes showed a look of ecstasy. 8 million US, no problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, he immediately nodded and said to Jiang Hai. Looking at him, Jiang Hai knew that he had set the price too low, and it seems to be too low. I mean, 8 million US per fish. Jiang Hai doubled the price. 8 million US per fish. Well, no problem. But after hearing Jiang Hai's words, Suzuki Mureo just hesitated for a moment and nodded seriously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but start cursing in his heart. How much is this game worth? I'm talking about US dollars, not yen. In the end, Jiang Hai still hesitated and said to him, yes, I'm talking about US dollars too. After all, we are standing on this land now, and yen is not much different from waste paper here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Suzuki Mureo smiled, then looked at Jiang Hai with a serious face and said, it seems that he is determined to get it. Well, okay. Although he still set a low price, the price has already been called. Jiang Hai is a person who cares about his face, so he is embarrassed to ask for it back. Besides, the two fish sold for $6 million US. Jiang Hai is quite satisfied. Chapter 706. If you have bluefin tuna of this quality in the future, you can contact me at any time. The price is negotiable, please. Watching the workers carry the two bluefin tuna away, Suzuki Murakuo said with a serious face, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. Oh, okay. After talking to him, Jiang Hai was also a little confused. He watched the people he had prepared transfer $6 million into his account while carrying the two bluefin tuna away. Jiang Hai was also a little puzzled. He also asked Edward Anderson just now if the price was too low, but Edward Anderson also scratched his head. In his opinion, the price was a bit too high, just like what Jiang Hai said. Their 2-meter-long one was sold for 50,000 yuan, and this 4-meter-long one could be sold for 200,000 yuan according to its weight. Considering that it was not easy for the fish to grow to such a large size, they could sell it for 600,000 yuan after tripling the price. In fact, this was also the consensus of Edward Anderson and Tommy Charles. Even if this fish tasted better than other bluefin golden spears, they still felt that the price of 8 million yuan was a little high. But the real money was transferred to his account, and the money was cleared, which made Jiang Hai a little confused. Anyway, it's already sold. Don't think about it. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai thought for a while and decided not to think about it. There was no point in thinking about it. There's still tuna of this quality in the manor. If it is really sold cheaply, we will be prepared next time. Boss, you can call Miss Pratt. Among these people, the one who knows the price the best is not Edward Anderson, but Pra Walton. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai also nodded, picked up his phone, and went to a place where there was no one nearby to call Pra Walton. Hey, why did you call me? Do you miss me? The phone rang less than 2 times, and it was picked up. Pra Walton's slightly happy voice came from the other side. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also very relieved. Can I call you if there's nothing? Listening to Pra Walton, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Really, I can't wait for you to talk in my ear all the time. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Pra Walton also said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled. He could feel her attachment to him. Do you want to talk in your ear when you go to the toilet? Isn't that going to stink? Looking for a place to sit, Jiang Hai sat down and joked with Pra Walton on the other side of the phone. As long as you don't care about the stink, I can bite you while going up, huh? Listening to what she said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of such a picture in his mind, but it was quickly thrown out by him. He is not a pervert. Ahem, let's stop joking. I just sold 2 Atlantic bluefin tuna, both of which are more than 4 meters long. One of them was sold for 8 million yuan, and 2 of them were sold for 6 million yuan in total. Is that too cheap or too expensive? After finding his mentality, Jiang Hai asked Pra Walton on the other side. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton hesitated for a moment. A 4-meter-long Atlantic bluefin tuna. This can't be sold for this price in the United States. Generally speaking, in the United States, a 4-meter-long Atlantic bluefin tuna is about $2 million. You sold one for $8 million and still called it cheap. The person who bought your fish should be a Japanese. After thinking for a while, Pra Walton suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then said to Jiang Hai, Well, yes, it's a man named Suzuki Mureo from Japan. Although he didn't know how Pra Walton knew, Jiang Hai still told the truth. Hearing that it was really a Japanese, Pra Walton on the other side also understood. It's true that you sold the fish too cheaply. An American would have sold it for $2 million at most, but if it was sold in Japan, it could have been sold for $3 million to $5 million. That is to say, he made $500,000 from you for one fish. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton on the other side couldn't help but say seriously. When he heard her words, Jiang Hai was a little surprised. First, because he didn't think that this tuna could be sold in Japan at twice the price of the United States, and second, because this damn profiteer. Listening to Pra Walton's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse. The Japanese, who were already very annoying, are even more annoying now. They even dare to cheat my money. Do these guys really not know that I'm the child of the dimension? Bastard. Okay, it's not easy for you to sell this thing to Japan. Selling for $8 million, you won't lose anything. After all, there are customs and quarantine in Japan. If you sell it, the fish may stink before it passes the quarantine. They have their own internal channels and can sell it directly, but we can't. Listening to Jiang Hai gnashing his teeth, Pra Walton on the other side also smiled and listened to Jiang Hai's words. Indeed, the geographical advantage of Japan is very obvious. However, although he knew this was the case, Jiang Hai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Then, is there any way we can sell this fish to Japan? After thinking about it, Jiang Hai asked Pra Walton, It's better to let the Japanese earn this money than to let them earn it. At least, that's what Jiang Hai thinks. Who can't live with money? We should also have a chance, but this may require Japan's plutocrats to get in touch. I'll help you ask. This is not urgent. After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton also knew that Hua Xia hated the Japanese. They don't want to let the Japanese earn their money, which is also their idea. Pra Walton also expressed his understanding. Okay, then you do your thing first. Hearing Prawalton say to look for connections, Jiang Hai has nothing to say. He is also very conflicted now. If he sells these fish to the Japanese, he can make a lot of money, but he doesn't want to sell to these guys in his heart. However, if he doesn't sell to the Japanese, he won't make much money. Although he doesn't want to admit it, at least in the aspect of fish, the price offered by the Japanese is the highest in the world. Moreover, if he sells his fish to others, it doesn't mean that others won't sell his fish to the Japanese. After all, this is just a fish, not a weapon. Although Huaxia is also a good place to sell at a high price. But there is a problem. Huaxia people are not very interested in the fish raised by Jiang Hai. Huaxia people are more willing to eat Huaxia's native fish, large yellow croaker, Yangtze River knife. If these fish are listed, they can naturally seize a lot of reputation in Chili's restaurant. But for fish like salmon, most people don't care about it. Whether they eat chum or Atlantic salmon, chum is dozens of yuan per catty. Jiang Hai's Atlantic salmon, the wholesale price is 300 yuan per catty. With such a gap, probably no one really doesn't care about it. Therefore, although it is easy to make money in Huaxia, it is a little difficult in the aspect of fish. As for the bluefin golden spear and the like, there is no market in Huaxia. Who is crazy to buy a fish, although the fish is very big? But Huaxia's fish is more cooked fish. For dishes like salmon that require sashimi, Huaxia does not have a big sushi restaurant that can introduce this fish. Even if there is, it is too little, and it is difficult to meet the output of Jiang Hai's fish farm. So even if Jiang Hai doesn't want to, the best market for the tuna in his manor is still Japan. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai glanced at Edward Anderson. He is not going to tell them that he sold the fish cheaply, because this matter is really not easy to talk about. He just walked over. After talking to Edward Anderson and Tommy Charles, he went out for a stroll again. This time, no one stopped him. As for his bodyguard, Knursen Peters was left in the exhibition hall by Jiang Hai. After all, Knursen Peters is big. Although he is not very good at talking, he is good at helping to move some things. In Boston, this is also half of my territory. There are probably not many people who dare to come and find trouble with me. Moreover, there weren't many people who could recognize him. Thinking about selling fish along the way, Jiang Hai also kept walking along the pier. Not long after, he looked up and found that he had unknowingly walked to Boston's Chinatown. Boston's Chinatown is not big. He has been here once before, and there are many snacks here. Although he had already eaten lunch, looking at the snacks on the street, Jiang Hai's appetite was still piqued. He bought a burrito and some meat skewers. He ate while walking. Snacks like these are best eaten while walking or sitting at home while watching TV. If it is eaten in a restaurant, it is meaningless. As he ate and walked, he unknowingly finished the food in his hand. Jiang Hai also threw the remaining bamboo sticks and paper into the trash can next to him. After throwing it, he just turned around and saw a dessert shop. Looking at this dessert shop, Jiang Hai fell into contemplation. Jiang Hai has been to this dessert shop a long time ago. To be exact, it should be the year before last. At that time, he and Edward Anderson came to book a boat. While Edward Anderson was assembling the boat, he went out shopping. Subconsciously, he saw SH-20 Clive take a group of children to visit the warship. Then he followed and listened. Then he was treated as a pervert. Then, like today, he bought some food, walked, and looked all the way. When he came here, he met SH-20 Clive again. If it were not for Delia George helping him out, he might have been treated as a pervert and arrested by the police. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai could not help but chuckle. He began to recall the past between himself and SH-20 Clive. SH-20 Clive should be the person he wanted to be close to the most when he was the most emotionally lacking. The two had meals together many times, the two went to Boston together, and even fought for her. They even developed Winthrop. SH-20 Clive's shadow was also involved. But since when did the relationship between the two become farther and farther apart? While thinking about it, Jiang Hai sat at the table outside the shop. When the waiter came over, he ordered the same glass of juice as before. Then he squinted his eyes and thought. When people are meditating, time always passes quickly. Unknowingly, the glass of juice has been drunk, but Jiang Hai still can't figure out a reason. Actually, Jiang Hai's current brain development could make him very smart, but he did not use it for this purpose. It was like a top i7 CPU coupled with a Titan-class 4G graphics card, 32G RAM, and 2T hard disk. Everything was an extremely luxurious computer, but you only used it for Minesweeper. Jiang Hai's brain was at the level of Minesweeper. Plus, he was a bit slow when it came to relationships, so he did not know what to say. Did he and SH-20 Clive drift apart because she was transferred to the town hall? Or did she slowly drift apart because she couldn't accept that Jiang Hai had too many women around him? Or was it because of Qi Li that the two of them had drifted apart? But no matter what the reason was, the relationship between the two of them now was like that of a familiar stranger. Phew, sometimes people are greedy. Looking at the bowl, thinking about the pot. Jiang Hai, you're wrong. Jiang Hai shook his head and threw away the sadness in his mind. Then he laughed at himself. Ever since the first time he was pushed back, it seemed that he had gone further and further on the road of the Crystal Palace. Actually, this was quite good. At least he didn't lack women by his side. It wasn't like when he first came here. Apart from relying on himself all day long, he could only hug his quilt to sleep. Now, he could hug whoever he wanted to sleep. This was progress, wasn't it? Jiang Hai, why are you here? Just as Jiang Hai put down the thoughts in his heart and looked at his watch. It was almost time. When he was ready to go back, a slightly surprised voice sounded beside him. Jiang Hai turned his head and looked. He was also a little surprised. Although Boston itself was not big, it should not be so small. Just now, he was thinking about SH-20 Clive. Now, he did not meet SH-20 Clive, but he met her sister, Karma Cliff, and a woman he was very familiar with, Kelly Solon. Why are you here? Looking at the two people in front of him, Jiang Hai was also a little confused. Is this telepathy? Chapter 707. We are here to go shopping. What about you? Why did you come out? Seeing that it was Jiang Hai, Karma Cliff walked to the seat in front of Jiang Hai with a smile and sat down directly. She looked at Jiang Hai with some surprise. Isn't that the Boston Fishery Exhibition? I'm here to participate. With his chin pointing to the dock in the distance, Jiang Hai also said with a smile, Oh, your fish can be sold? When she heard that Jiang Hai came to sell fish, Karma Cliff was also a little surprised. Yeah. Nodding, this person is really smart. He has been here for almost a year and a half, unknowingly. It's really amazing. Speaking of which, I miss your fish. By the way, what's the situation with you and sister? Did you break up? Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff said with a curious look, but when he heard her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but cough awkwardly. It seems that we have never been together. Glancing at Kelly, Soren next to him, Jiang Hai said with a little embarrassment. Really, speaking of which, my sister is really stupid. You're such a high-quality stock. Is she going to be alone for the rest of her life if she doesn't grab hold of it? What's more, you just have more women around you. What's with that? You'll only be motivated when there's competition. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff also kept talking like a machine gun. Listening to her words, Jiang Hai was even more embarrassed. By the way, I heard that you were admitted to university. Where did you go? Listening to her words, Jiang Hai knew that if he didn't interrupt her at this time, he didn't know when she would stop talking. So he immediately spoke, interrupted her, and asked her, Well, this is my senior. Where do you think I went? Karma Cliff said with a smile as she gestured with her mouth to Kelly, Soren next to her. Boston University? Not bad. To be honest, Jiang Hai really didn't know where she went. He only remembered that when he first saw her, she was still a high school student working in a fisherman's bar. Later, she ate with Shinny Clive a few times. After that, there was nothing else. He heard that she went to university last year, but Jiang Hai couldn't remember which school she went to. Sigh, I have no choice. Harvard and MIT don't want me. Haha, I'm not good at studying. Fortunately, my sister is doing well in the small town. After I graduate, I will take the civil service exam and work in the small town. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff didn't care. She smiled and said slowly, Are you guys resting today? Did you come here to play? After listening to her words, Jiang Hai also looked at Kelly, Soren, and asked her, We haven't rested for half a month, so the professor may be too tired and caught a cold. Today is a day off. I happened to meet her, so we came out together. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Kelly Soren also shrugged and said slowly. Since the last Poseidon ritual, Jiang Hai has not seen Kelly Soren, although he arranged a job for her. After entering the institute, Kelly Soren herself was still very good. She knew that it was not easy to find a job outside. She still cherished the opportunity to stay in school as a graduate student, because being a graduate student in the United States, especially when there was a project, was much better than being a graduate student in China. As a graduate student in China, the project funding was funding. The main thing was that the money was also the professor's. How much could the student's salary be? It was more of an honor and an opportunity to become stronger. But in the United States, the benefits of graduate students were still very good. They lived on campus and ate in the cafeteria, but they basically had a salary of about $3,000 a month. Of course, the salary was not fixed, but it depended on the amount of funding. Jiang Hai's investment was very high, so it wasn't a lot for a graduate student to earn $3,000 a month. After all, they also pay taxes. For Kelly Soren, this job was really important. Oh, that's the case. It's really necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. If you get sick from exhaustion, I won't have any researchers. Listening to her words, Jiang Hai also smiled, and Kelly Soren on the opposite side also smiled at this time. It's not easy to see a rich man like you. You have to treat us to food. Looking at Jiang Hai and Kelly Soren talking and laughing, Karma Cliff slammed the table and said to Jiang Hai, "No problem. What do you want to eat?" Hearing Karma Cliff's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. "This is naturally not a problem. I want to eat ice cream." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Karma Cliff glanced at Kelly Soren and gestured with her eyes, then said. Hearing her words, Kelly Soren was also stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although it was only mid-April and not too hot, there was no problem with eating ice cream. "Okay, waiter." Seeing that the two wanted to eat ice cream, Jiang Hai naturally wouldn't say anything about eating ice cream being bad for the body. He was also a person who liked to eat these things, so he waved his hand and prepared to call the waiter over to order ice cream. This shop also has ice cream, and the taste is very good. Of course, this is what Jiang Hai heard from Shinny Clive. "No, we won't eat here." Hearing that Jiang Hai wanted to buy ice cream here, Karma Cliff immediately grabbed Jiang Hai's hand and whispered. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also shrugged. "Where to eat if not here? Let's go to J Plix." Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Karma Cliff also said with a smile, "Plix? What the hell?" Listening to her, Jiang Hai looked at her with some doubts. He had never heard of this place. J. P. Lix is a famous dessert shop in Boston. I heard that it opened in 1981. It has been more than 30 years since then. It is not here. It is over at Harvard Square. Hearing Jiang Hai's doubts, Kelly Soren also said with a smile, "Harvard Square?" Hearing the name of the place, Jiang Hai was stunned. He knew Harvard Square. Shinny Clive took Jiang Hai there. He naturally had some understanding of it. It is actually a square, but it is not big. It can be regarded as another cultural gathering place with all kinds of street performances, but the last time Jiang Hai went there, it was winter. Only some homeless people were shivering in the streets. But now it is mid-April. Although the weather has just warmed up, the leaf buds at the top of the trees have already emerged. According to Kelly Soren and Karma Cliff, Harvard Square must be full of street performers. This made Jiang Hai a little interested, so after giving him the money for the juice and the tip, he took Karma Cliff and Kelly Soren to the exhibition hall. After arriving there, he first asked Edward Anderson if he was busy. Edward Anderson really had nothing to do. He had basically killed most of these fish in the afternoon. These fish were originally for sale, but they were to be killed to attract tourists. The most important thing was Jiang Hai's tuna, but Jiang Hai had sold them out. What they had to do next was to drive the 3 cars back. It didn't matter if Jiang Hai was the boss or not. So after Jiang Hai came over to ask, they would clearly tell Jiang Hai that they didn't need Jiang Hai's help here. But they still had to deliver the goods tomorrow morning. Don't forget, there was a person who ordered $30,000 worth of goods. At that time, they needed Jiang Hai to come over to prepare the new day's fish. Jiang Hai didn't think about how long it would take. If it was just him and Kelly Soren, they might not even know where to eat ice cream. But there was also Karma Cliff. Jiang Hai couldn't do anything to her, so after saying a few words, Jiang Hai drove away in his F-650, leaving Knurse and Peters here. In Boston, Jiang Hai's personal safety was still guaranteed. The reason why he drove this car was that it was not too conspicuous. Secondly, the car was modified with a freezer, so the fishy smell was not heavy. It can only be said that it was slightly fishy. Boston was located by the sea. The fishy smell was everywhere, so it was not very annoying. Driving the car, Jiang Hai took Karma Cliff and Kelly Soren to the famous Harvard Square. After parking the car in the distance, the three of them walked into the square. Sure enough, as they said, Jiang Hai felt the festive atmosphere as soon as he walked in. In this small square, there were many street artists performing there. The most people around was a person who was performing a flute. According to Karma Cliff, this person was from Peru. He had a considerable reputation in this area and could be regarded as a musician. What was different from the general street artists was that although other street artists would not take the initiative to ask for money, they would not refuse if you gave them money. But this person did not want money. That was to say, if you gave him money, he would refuse because in his view, he was not asking for money, but performing a kind of art. Yang Ming had to admit that foreigners were annoying. Sometimes they had too much character, but at least the other party's sincerity was very sufficient. Unlike in China, Jiang Hai really couldn't say anything. He gave money out of sympathy, not out of appreciation of the other party's performance. In addition to the musician who was performing a flute, there were many folk singers. He stood there holding a muji and sang a solo. In the open muji case, there were a lot of change. If one listened carefully, they would find that the singing level of these people was actually good. If they were placed in a KTV, it would not be a problem to be a microphone hog. They could even go to a talent show to participate in the auditions. In addition to singing, there were many street artists here. Some performed magic, some performed mime, and some performed acrobatics. Jiang Hai walked and looked around. It was really a bit unexpected. This was definitely a place where one could come and stroll around when they had nothing to do. He casually gave some change to a few artists who he thought were not bad, which also attracted these people's smiles. Jiang Hai was also quite happy. He walked and looked around. Unknowingly, they had also arrived at their destination this time, JP Licks. It could be seen that this shop was really popular, very popular. The place where the takeout was sold was already quite scary. The area outside the shop for dining was also completely empty. There were even people waiting in line for a table. When he saw so many people, Jiang Hai actually didn't want to eat too much. However, Karma Cliff and Kelly Solon didn't seem to feel anything. They smiled and pulled Jiang Hai over to line up at the takeout window. The three of them chatted and discussed what to eat later. The speed here was not considered slow, but the waiting time was also very long. Hey, Kelly, what are you doing here? Just as they were waiting here in line, a group of people passed by outside the ice cream shop. One of them saw Kelly Solon standing here, chatting at a glance, and then shouted in surprise. But after shouting, he saw Jiang Hai next to Kelly Solon. In an instant, the expression on his face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Oh, it's Kim? After hearing the voice, Kelly Solon couldn't help but look back. She also saw the other party, and then said with a chuckle. Hearing that Kelly Solon only called his surname and not his name, the person who had just shouted could not help but stagnate. Jiang Hai also turned his head at this time and looked at this group of people. This group of people should be a group of young people. They didn't look very old, about 25 or 26 years old. Jiang Hai knew a few of them, but he couldn't name most of them. Only two of them could be named. One was Kim, who Kelly had just mentioned. His full name was Jack Kim. Of course, this Kim did not refer to the Kim in gold, but the English king. The other man was called Baveda Jindarat. Was he familiar with him? Yes, when he went to Delia George's house to participate in the charity auction, this Baveda Jindarat was Delia George's boyfriend. As for this Jack Kim, he was pursuing Kelly Solon, but Jiang Hai took the initiative and took him away. He didn't expect to meet him here. Cough, why are you called Kim? Just call me Jack. We're so familiar with each other. Looking at Kelly Solon, Jack Kim came over and looked at Kelly Solon ambiguously, but Kelly did not panic and just looked at him for a while. If I remember correctly, this should be the 4th time we have met. Are we familiar with each other? Looking at Jack Kim, Kelly Solon said faintly. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai could see that Jack Kim's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 708. In an instant, the atmosphere of the whole scene was so awkward that it froze. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh at the back. He felt embarrassed for Jack King. Cough, don't say that. After all, we have seen each other many times. By the way, are you buying ice cream? At this time, Baveda Jindarat, who had some reputation, stood up and said to Kelly Soren, intending to ease the atmosphere a little. Well, yes, do you want to eat? Do you need us to help you, so you don't have to line up again? For Baveda Jindarat, Kelly Soren didn't say much. After all, although she was not familiar with this person, this Baveda was Delia George's boyfriend after all. She and Delia George had a good relationship, so she had to be a little more polite. Oh no, men don't eat this. Hearing Kelly Soren's words, Baveda Jindarat glanced at Jiang Hai, who was still standing there, and said with a smile. But Jiang Hai didn't deny it, because he didn't care about these little provocations. Do you have anything to do after eating ice cream? Do you want to go racing with us? Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't fall for the trick, Baveda Jindarat said with a smile. Hearing his words, Karma Cliff, who had been silent, suddenly brightened up. Are you going to race? Like in Fast and Furious? Looking at Baveda Jindarat in front of her, she said with some excitement. Yes and no. It's not that wild, but it's a race. After all, we all cherish our lives very much. We will put some prizes, but not a lot. Listening to Karma Cliff's words, Jack King over there took over the conversation, then said to Karma Cliff, and then looked at Jiang Hai. He knew that Jiang Hai was the one in charge. Can we go take a look? Listening to Jack King's words, Karma Cliff, who had just stepped out of the house, was quite tempting. Karma Cliff had always been a good girl. After all, her family was very strict. From the time she was born until she graduated from high school, she had never played such exciting things. After she went to university, although she left home, her roommates were all very obedient girls. They would go to the nightclubs to have a look. Even if they had broken through, they would not dare to go back after the curfew. Now that she heard about racing, her interest was piqued. She looked at Jiang Hai eagerly. She knew that whether she could go or not depended on Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai didn't go, even if she was a little tempted, she definitely wouldn't go. Who knew if these people were reliable? What if they threw her corpse in the wilderness after doing that? Who would she look for? This. Looking at her eyes, Jiang Hai frowned. To be honest, he wasn't interested in wild parties or anything like that. However, when it came to racing, he wanted to take a look and see if it was as miraculous as it was portrayed in the movies. Among their generation, they had all seen a racing cartoon called Initial D. Although there was NTR in the cartoon, and the main character was the main character, it did set off a wave of discussion among their generation. This allowed them to have some understanding of racing. Moreover, he could see that Karma Cliff wanted to go very much, so Jiang Hai couldn't say anything to refuse. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little hesitant, Baveda Jindarat also said with a smile, "Don't worry, you can go and feel the atmosphere. There is no mandatory competition there, and Delia will also go. I'm going to get the car now and then pick up Delia." Hearing his words, Kelly Solon picked up her mobile phone and called Delia George. She clearly wrote it on her face that she didn't believe them. After learning that Delia would indeed go, she looked at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai thought about it and also called Bell, telling him to be careful when he sleeps. In case something happened to Jiang Hai, he could call him directly. This was the most important thing. After confirming that Bell was also online, Jiang Hai looked at Karma Cliff. Then let's go and have a look, but you have to be obedient. If you're not obedient, I will tell your parents. Looking at Karma Cliff, Jiang Hai said seriously. Hearing that Jiang Hai agreed, Karma Cliff naturally nodded immediately and agreed with him. Well, Let's go get the car first. See you in the parking lot at 7 o'clock. Hearing that Jiang Hai also agreed to go, Bavetta Jinarat also said with a smile and then left. Watching them go to the parking lot, Jiang Hai and the others lined up again. Have you been to this racing party before? Turning his head and lining up again, Jiang Hai looked at Kelly Solon and asked her, I've heard of it before, but I really haven't been there. Bavetta and others are very famous around here. Maybe it's also because of this competition. I'm a robot idiot, and since I was a child, my father didn't let me go to dangerous places. Today, I'll go with you to broaden my horizons. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly Solon shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled. He knew that she was telling the truth because Kelly Solon's family should have introduced her before. She runs a flower shop. Her father, to put it bluntly, has a bit of a, mother. Her mother is also a bit timid. This was a public matter in the small town. Children who came from such a family were either more timid and autistic than them, or they were hardliners with strong self-esteem. But no matter which faction they belonged to, they would not go to such a place with a foul atmosphere. Let's take a look. If there's nothing interesting, we'll leave. Hearing Kelly Solon's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. At this time, it was also their turn at the takeout window. Jiang Hai and the others bought an original flavor, a yellow peach, and a nut, and then they each ate. After taking the first bite, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. This ice cream tastes really good. While eating ice cream, Jiang Hai and the others strolled around because they had an appointment with those people at 7 o'clock. Now, Bavetta Jinarat is going to Winthrop to pick up Delia, and they're also going to eat. If they meet here at 7 o'clock, they will probably go straight there. Jiang Hai and the others also have to have dinner here, but it can be seen that Karma Cliff, who originally came out to play very happily, has no mood to play here at this time. She is more looking forward to the competition in the evening. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai also knew that she didn't have the mood to pick anything to eat, so he casually chose an Italian restaurant. After eating steak and spaghetti, they sat for a while. It was already 6:40. At Karma Cliff's urging, Jiang Hai and Kelly Solon also went to the parking lot. When they arrived outside the parking lot, they found that Bavetta Jinarat and Jack Kim had been waiting here for a long time. Among them, beside Bavetta Jinarat's car, was Delia George, whom Jiang Hai was very familiar with. He even knew the depth of Delia. When she saw Jiang Hai come over, she waved happily. Hey, Delia, is your work done today? Looking at Delia George, Jiang Hai said to her, Well, there's nothing fun to do at night in Winthrop. The tourists have all gone to bed. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delia George also said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said a few words to her casually. Bavetta Jinarat on this side coughed dryly, indicating that everyone was about to set off. Jiang Hai and the others did not say much. They directly got in the car and drove out of the city. Boston was originally a small place. When the city was first planned, although it was more important than New York, it had been built for a long time. The structure was small to begin with. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a large metropolitan area, it would just be a town. After driving for less than half an hour, they had already arrived at the suburbs. According to the Chinese language, this is called the urban-rural fringe. However, there are not so many people in the United States. The urban-rural fringe is still quite desolate. There's a half of a road here with few people, but it has to be admitted that the Americans did a good job in their infrastructure. This half of the road has a history of almost 20 or 30 years. It has been abandoned for almost 5 or 6 years. Although the road is a bit old, there is no sign of collapse. On the contrary, it is still very strong. Jiang Hai's F650 did not feel the slightest bit wrong when it ran. After arriving in this area, about 10 minutes later, an underground parking lot appeared in front of them. But at this time, the abandoned parking lot, which should be dark, was brightly lit. Countless cars and people were celebrating here at this time. When Bavatar Jinarat and Jiang Hai's car entered, it also attracted some people's attention, especially Jiang Hai's F650. It was really a bit, not suitable here. The cars here were basically some small cars, modified cars, and almost no SUVs. When Jiang Hai's pickup truck appeared, it was really a bit confusing. What the hell is this? And while they were looking at Jiang Hai's car, Jiang Hai was also looking at these people in the car. To be honest, these people were the so-called delinquents. They looked young, about 25 or 26 years old. The oldest was estimated to be in their early 30s. There were black people, white people, and very few Asians. At this time, these people were all dressed abnormally, weirdly. For example, in this April, some people were wearing mink fur and sunglasses in the dark. That big gold chain could be used as a dog leash. Their hairstyles were also colorful and messy. They hugged those scantily dressed women and sat on the hood of their car to flirt. Some people could not stand it and had already gotten into the car and kissed there. It was probably because Jiang Hai and the others had arrived early that they had not directly started the fire. But looking at this scene, it would probably be soon. Glancing around, Jiang Hai's first reaction was that there were no good people here. Finding the empty spot where they usually parked, Bavatar Jinarat and the others parked there. Jiang Hai's car was also parked next to it. Then everyone got out of the car. But just as they stood still, a black man wearing mink fur with his arms bare and a pair of sunglasses and a head like a pheasant's with 3 different colors swaggered over. "Yo, man, are you here to play today? Are you kidding me? Listen to this scream. Don't you understand? There is no rice bucket here. You drove a pickup truck, but you didn't swipe your card. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yo." After the black man walked in front of Bavata Jinarat and Jiang Hai, he began to speak while swaying. Rather than speaking, it could also be considered as a rap. "Okay, little E, did you eat too much flour? This is my friend. I brought him here to feel the atmosphere. He won't play with us, and he can't be a cop. I'm very sure about this. Do you understand?" Looking at the black man in front of him, Bavatar Jinarat smiled and threw a box of cigarettes over, and then said to the black man. After taking the cigarette, the black man glanced at Jiang Hai, then pointed at him rhythmically, and then swayed away. Looking at his appearance, 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Hai's head. "You guys just race here?" Glancing at Bavatar Jinarat, who lit a cigarette, Jiang Hai said with an awkward smile. "Of course, although it is also illegal, at most, I will be doing community labor. I won't touch other things. You know, I still have a good future." Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Bavatar Jinarat couldn't help but say with a smile, "Do you have the kind of masters like in the movies here?" Hearing that there was no danger, Jiang Hai nodded. Otherwise, he was ready to leave now. Karma Cliff saw that Jiang Hai had finished speaking, so she also walked to Bavatar Jinarat's side and asked her, "Hey, little girl, this time you asked the right person. Bavatar is the top driver here." At this time, Jack Jean looked at Karma Cliff and laughed, then said proudly. He admired Bavatar Jinarat most not for his family background, but his driving skills. In fact, in his opinion, as long as he had this skill, Bavatar Jinarat would not starve to death even if he left home. "Hey, there's always someone better. But in this area, I'm not bad. I can be in the top 10. Who doesn't like to hear compliments?" After hearing Jack Jin's words, Bavatar Jinarat couldn't help but say humbly, "That is to say, there are 9 people as strong as Bavatar. Are there any here?" But obviously, Karma Cliff wouldn't give him a chance to pretend to be weak. Then she asked with an innocent face. Hearing her words, the others were a little speechless. Of course there are." Hearing Karma Cliff's words, Bavatar Jinarat also said a little awkwardly. Chapter 709. His level here is not bad. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's in the top 7, but there are many racers here. It's not like New York, where there are dozens or even hundreds of racers in an underground race. The total number of racers here is only about 30. His results are not bad. Probably seeing her boyfriend's embarrassment, Delia George stood up at this time and said to Karma Cliff with a smile. Hearing her words, Karma Cliff also looked at her. "Let me show you from a distance. Little Lewis, who just came over, is actually a good driver. His strength is not bad. He can rank in the top 5, but he relies on this thing to make a living. It is normal for his level to be very good." Hearing Karma Cliff's words, Delia George also said with a smile, then pointed to the little black man just now. Rely on this thing to make a living? How? Listening to her words, Karmacliff was even more puzzled. In the racing cars, there are races. There are at least 2 such races a week, and each time, there are 15 to 16 cars participating. In other words, if you win 2 races a month, you'll earn $3,000. With this money, you'll be able to feed yourself. However, that's not how little Lewis makes his money. He mainly gambles on cars. In a one-on-one fight, the winner takes his car. A modified car can be sold for at least $30,000 to $50,000. That's his main source of income. His main source of income is his driving force. Hearing Karmacliff still asking, Baveda Jindarat also adjusted his mood and said. Hearing his explanation, Karmacliff also nodded with a serious face, feeling that this thing is really exciting. At this moment, suddenly, there was a roar, and then several modified cars drove in from the entrance. The most conspicuous of them were the first and the middle car. The first car was an AMG. Although it was an off-road vehicle, it was quite horribly modified. Not only was the steel plate thickened, but the whole car was also made like a hedgehog. If this car was in the apocalypse, it would definitely be a good car. It could kill countless zombies in an instant, but unfortunately, this car was now. If he dared to go out during the day, the police would definitely not be polite to him. The most conspicuous car in the middle was a sports car. The most dazzling thing was its small wings. It was an Aston Martin. When seeing this car, Karmacliff's eyes suddenly widened. What car is that? It looks so cool. Pointing to the car that drove over, Karmacliff asked Jiang Hai. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai recognized that it was an Aston Martin. As for what car it was, he really didn't know much about it. That's an Aston Martin Lagonda. It costs $1 million. It's a good car. At this time, Baveda Jindarat listened to Jiang Hai's speechless expression, so he smiled and introduced it to Karmacliff. Oh, $1 million. God, it's ridiculously expensive. Rubbing her nose, Karmacliff smiled awkwardly, but her eyes kept staring at the car. It was obvious that she really liked it. This was an underground racetrack. Naturally, advanced racing cars were everywhere. And on the road, there was still a gap between modified cars and sports cars. However, sports cars were also divided into different grades. In China, you could buy a sports car for more than $100,000. But it was certainly impossible to use such a sports car to compete. The cars in the United States were very cheap, so there were a lot of sports cars here. For example, the BMW Z4 and the SL series of Mercedes-Benz were only $400,000 or $500,000 in China. Naturally, they were even cheaper in the United States. A BMW Z4 Model 13 Drive 35IS was only $70,000 and a 20IS was only $40,000. It was really not an expensive car. Ordinary cars like Ferrari, Porsche, and the like were only hundreds of thousands of US dollars or even hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Moreover, they didn't all buy new cars. Some people would buy second-hand cars, and the price would be even cheaper. Buying second-hand items in the United States was ridiculously cheap. As mentioned earlier, if an item was scrapped in the United States, it would be very troublesome to replace it. Just filling the trash list would be unbearable. Therefore, many people in the United States would choose to sell the item when exchanging it. If they couldn't sell it, they would rather give it to homeless people than throw it into the garbage dump. It was not because of anything else, but because it was useless. Therefore, second-hand things in the United States were basically half sold and half given away. It was the same for cars. For some rich people, sport cars could only be driven for 2 years. After that, they would sell the car. Therefore, in some second-hand car markets, you could often see many new and cheap second-hand sports cars. Some cars only ran for tens of thousands of kilometers, but were sold for half or even one-third of the price. It was very suitable. Suddenly, a car that cost $1 million appeared in a group of cars that were worth tens of thousands of US dollars. It was indeed very eye-catching. After a few swings, the car stopped in the parking lot closest to the exit. "Hey Izzo, you're here. Hey Izzo, how are you? Wow, Izzo, your car is still so cool." As the car stopped, a white man got out of the car and danced proudly, but no one came to interrupt him. After he finished dancing, the car owners around him excitedly came to greet him. In the passenger seat of his car, a punk girl dressed quite non-mainstream also came out, chewing gum while glancing at the people around her. At this time, two people also got out of the AGM that looked like a hedgehog, a black man and a middle-aged white man. After seeing this person, the people who were originally very enthusiastic instantly extinguished their voices. It was obvious that these people were very afraid of this middle-aged man, but this middle-aged man smiled and nodded to them. "Dad, you came out too early. The atmosphere is not good yet." Looking at the middle-aged white man, the young man named Izzo couldn't help but walk over with some dissatisfaction and said to the middle-aged man with a smile, "You can't expect me to stay in this iron box for the whole night, right? People always need to adapt." Looking at Izzo in front of him, the middle-aged man said with a smile. As he spoke, he scanned the audience with his eyes. Anyone who met his gaze would feel a little embarrassed and then look away, but because Jiang Hai and the others were standing far away, no one noticed them. "Who is that person? He seems to be very powerful." Looking at the people who came in from a distance, Karma Cliff asked with some doubts. "Izzo Adis, the #1 driver here in the underground racetrack, his level is quite good." As for the middle-aged man, hearing Karma Cliff's words, Baveda Jindero also explained, "But the identity of Izzo Adis is easy to say, but the identity of the middle-aged man is really not easy to say." So he's also a little speechless. "Kristen Adis, how do you know him? He is not a good person." But at this moment, Jiang Hai's mind turned and remembered this person, and then he said with some doubts. He really didn't understand why these people were related to them. "Do you know him?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Baveda Jindero looked at Jiang Hai with some surprise. "Oh, didn't you tell him that I'm also a high-level person?" Listening to Baveda Jindero's words, Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to say why he knew this person, but he swallowed the words back at the tip of his tongue, because obviously what happened that day couldn't be said, especially in front of Baveda Jindero. After all, Jiang Hai knew him because of the football game, and after the football game, Jiang Hai, Kelly Solon, and Delia George did something not so good friends. Now, if Jiang Hai said it, and Baveda Jindero investigated it, then the matter of him wearing a green hat couldn't be concealed. Therefore, Jiang Hai's words changed and became another statement. In this statement, Baveda Jindero agreed with it. Indeed, Delia George told him that Jiang Hai was a rich man, and it was normal for rich people to know people who open casinos. This underground tournament was first established by Kristen Adis. It was only after he and a few of his partners discovered this place that it slowly developed. But in recent years, they have all become successful people, so they don't come here to play anymore. Instead, it is his son who is very popular here. At this time, Jack King also stood up and explained to Jiang Hai and the others. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai already wanted to leave, not because he was afraid of this Kristen Adis, but because he felt that he didn't need to have any interaction with this guy. The two of them were destined to be in different worlds. But when Jiang Hai wanted to hide, Kristen Adis suddenly looked at Jiang Hai and the others. At a glance, he saw Jiang Hai, the outstanding Huaxia. His eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Then he walked over with his bodyguard and driver with a smile. Izzo Adis, who was still fooling around, saw his father's appearance and was a little puzzled, but he still walked over. "Hey, Jiang, I didn't expect you to be here. We are fated." Jiang Hai didn't know Kristen Adis. After all, he was just a casino owner with a net worth of tens of millions of dollars. It would be an exaggeration to say that he was worth hundreds of millions. But Jiang Hai's net worth was in the billions. It was impossible for him not to know him, the richest man in Winthrop. "Hello, Mr. Adis." Seeing the other party taking the initiative to greet him, Jiang Hai smiled and hugged him. This was his territory now. Even if Jiang Hai didn't show him any respect, he still had to show the proper attitude. "Oh, calling me Adis is too strange. After all, we have met before. Haha, just call me Kristen. What do you think?" After the hug, Kristen Adis said with a smile, and Jiang Hai nodded. "Jiang, are you also interested in racing? I was quite obsessed with it back then. After all, There are very few things that can stimulate people like us, right? Seeing that Jiang Hai nodded, Kristen Adis brought Jiang Hai to the side and said eagerly. He hoped to become friends with Jiang Hai, but he didn't know if Jiang Hai thought so. Kristen Adis nodded his head and took Jiang Hai to the side. I don't have much of a hobby for speed. I prefer black technology and protection. For example, the car I usually drive is Brock's Shield and Terrace electric car. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai came here purely out of curiosity. He didn't know what he thought about racing. He wasn't the kind of young man who liked to risk his life. He wasn't empty, lonely, or cold at all. Oh, then your life is really a little boring. Believe me, try it, and your life will be complete. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kristen Adis said with some pity. He originally thought that this was a common topic. Speaking of excitement, other than racing, I don't think there are many things that can give us excitement. Let's forget about poison. After all, your body is so good. Haha, woman, I don't need to explain this. Also, gambling. If you have time, please do come to my casino. I have all the fun things there. Of course, I also have all the things mentioned above. Since you're here, I will give you the best VIP service. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't answer, Kristen Adis smiled and guided Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai was really an ignorant second-generation kid or a nouveau riche, maybe he would really go and experience it. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Jiang Hai could be said to be a person of principle. He liked eating and drinking very much, but he almost didn't touch the other three. The third one he did touch a few times, but it wasn't to the point where he would ruin his family. One was gambling, and the other was poison. Jiang Hai was still very principled. These two things were not very tempting to him. Chapter 710. To be honest, I'm not very interested in these things. If you have anything to say, Mr. Adis, it's better to be direct. My English is not very good. Hearing that Kristen wanted to lead him to his casino, Jiang Hai was a little confused, because Jiang Hai still believes in his ability in Boston. If this guy has any bad intentions and wants to get Jiang Hai involved in something, or wants to kidnap Jiang Hai and force Jiang Hai to gamble, then he will not have a good ending. To go to such a place, Jiang Hai doesn't have to bring Azalina, Belle, and Knurse and Peters, but it is inevitable to bring one of them. No matter who these three people are, coupled with Jiang Hai's strength, no one can stop them if they want to leave. So this guy must have some conspiracy to call him over, but Jiang Hai doesn't know what it is. This feeling of not knowing what the other party wants, Jiang Hai is very uncomfortable, so he simply asked directly, "Okay, you're really straightforward. Actually, I want to talk to you, Mr. Jiang, mainly because I want to talk to you about a cooperation." Hearing Jiang Hai's straightforward words, Kristen Adis couldn't help but smile and say, "Cooperation? Is there anything to cooperate between us?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. "Of course, we have the best cooperation project between us. That is tourists. You have connections to get tourists from Huaxia. I've heard that Huaxia tourists are the richest group of people in the world at present. After they come here, it's boring to just go sightseeing. We can add more entertainment for them, and then I'll give you 30% of the net profit." Seeing that Jiang Hai was about to explain, Kristen Adis also made it clear as he wished. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He knew that this guy didn't have any good intentions. Needless to say, it was clear that Jiang Hai would never agree to this. Although his main wealth was in the United States, his roots were in Huaxia. He invited these tourists to come over to have fun. Jiang Hai's tour group was not a shopping group. Naturally, it could not be a group that cheated people. Let these people go to the casino. If these people wanted to go, then Jiang Hai could even take them to the casinos in Atlantic City. Those were the proper casinos. Go to Kristen Adis's casinos? What was going on? Jiang Hai didn't just say that there was gambling in his casino, but also pornography and drugs. He didn't want his tourists and compatriots to be involved in these things. This was a matter of principle. Jiang Hai didn't need to consider anything at all. "Sorry, I can't do that." Looking at Kristen Adis in front of him, Jiang Hai said calmly. Hearing Jiang Hai reject him so straightforwardly, Kristen Adis was stunned. Didn't they say that Huaxia people were very tactful? How come there's such an anomaly like Jiang Hai who doesn't even bother to pretend and directly rejects me? Oh, that's a pity. Smiling awkwardly, Kristen Ada smiled at Jiang Hai and then ended the topic. Since Jiang Hai had such an attitude, he had nothing to say because he could tell that Jiang Hai didn't want to do this business at all, and he wasn't waiting for a good price for Jiang Hai. This was a matter of principle. He let tourists come here to play, first, to develop Winthrop, and second, for the sake of domestic tourists. When they came here to play, Jiang Hai could provide them with the best service, whether it was shopping, eating, or playing. All of it was the best, most suitable, and most cost-effective. While the residents of Winthrop were making money, they should also be able to enjoy themselves and eat well. Even if they bought American goods, under the premise that the quality was guaranteed, the price would be much cheaper than what they bought in New York. This could be said to be a win-win situation. Jiang Hai wasn't going to ruin this situation at all. As for the 30% profit that Kristen Adis mentioned, Jiang Hai laughed. How much could 30% profit be? 300,000? 3 million? 30 million? Let alone 30 million. Even 300 million. Jiang Hai wouldn't be tempted, because he had now made a name for himself in Soaring Dragon. His beef had an annual income of more than $1 billion, and his fish had an annual income of more than $1 billion as well. In total, he had an annual income of more than $3 billion. Would he be interested in the so-called 30% profit of Kristen Adis? Don't be ridiculous. Show me some respect. Just when Jiang Hai and Kristen Adis were at a stalemate, but he still insisted on talking to Jiang Hai about the situation, Delia George's voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing her voice, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look into the distance, only to find that Bavetta Jeanerat was already arguing with Izzo Adis. As for Delia George, she was protected by Kelly Sauron. Boy, how's it going? However, although he was yelled at by Delia George, Izzo Adis's eyes were always on Bavetta Jeanerat. Hearing his words, there was some hesitation in Bavetta Jeanerat's eyes, but he still stared back firmly. Boy, don't be unappreciative. That's right. Even if you want to die, you have to find a way. Haha, girl, it's your blessing to be chosen by Izzo. Looking at the tense situation here, some of the racers in the distance couldn't help but gather around, making sarcastic remarks to put pressure on Bavetta Jeanerat. Looking at the situation over there, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Kristen Adis, who was also puzzled, and walked over. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, Delia, who was still a little afraid, seemed to have found a backbone and instantly leaned on Jiang Hai's side. What's going on? Looking at the few people around him who were a little flustered, Jiang Hai frowned. What's going on? It's that guy. He took a fancy to Delia and came over saying that he wanted Delia to accompany him for a night. Bavetta Jeanerat stood out, but the other party used money to throw money at him. I think that guy can't stand it anymore. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly Sauron, who didn't have a good impression of Bavetta Jeanerat, couldn't help but whisper, "What the hell?" Listening to this very melodramatic plot, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. But this plot is not right. Why is Bavetta Jeanerat being bullied? Shouldn't this kind of plot happen to me? I'm a son of the Bitwall, okay? How can such a face-slapping opportunity fall on someone else's head? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at a man named Izzo. When this man saw Jiang Hai stand up, he also couldn't help but look at his father. This man named Izzo, although a little stupid, he was not stupid. At least he knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. He could see that his father was very afraid of Jiang Hai. Growing up in such an environment, he naturally knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. He did this because he really did have some feelings for Delia, and also because he wanted to test Jiang Hai. Looking at Jiang Hai standing up, he couldn't help but look at his father. Now, it's up to his father to decide what to do. Hey, Jiang, these are the children's affairs. We don't need to get involved. What do you think? Seeing his son's gaze, Kristen Adis stepped forward and said with a smile. In fact, this was also a test to see what Jiang Hai was thinking. That's right, this is our bet. If you think $5,000 is too little, then double it, $10,000. How about it? Listening to his father's words, Izzo Adis couldn't help but say with a smile. Hearing what he said, Jack King and the others, who were still standing behind Bavetta Jeanerat, couldn't help but be a little tempted. $10,000 is definitely not a small amount of money in the United States. It's hard to say if an average person can earn $10,000 in 3 months' work. It's at least equivalent to the income of an average white-collar worker for 2 months. In Jack King's view, it's just a girlfriend. If one night can be exchanged for $10,000, then it's not impossible. The most important thing is that it's not their girlfriend. TSK, you have to thank me. Otherwise, if I let you follow that scum, he would have sold you long ago. As soon as Izzo's voice fell, Jiang Hai felt the change in Jack King and the others. So he said to Kelly, Soren with a smile. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Jack King's face couldn't help but turn red and purple. He was indeed a little tempted just now. It was $10,000, and according to Izzo's words, as long as he competed with him, if Bavetta Jeanerat won, then the $10,000 would be his. If he lost, Delia would belong to him for one night, and the $10,000 would still be his. This was throwing money at him. It was impossible for these people not to be tempted. Their insistence in their hearts was quite ridiculous. People like him would laugh at poverty and not at prostitution. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with what he did. However, this matter could be said in private, but for Jiang Hai to say it in front of his face, this guy's face couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Jiang Hai, this is a matter between the two of them. Why are you, an outsider, meddling in it? Looking at Jiang Hai, Jack King said angrily. He knew that Jiang Hai's power was not comparable to his, so he said it in detail. Yeah, what does it have to do with you? Why are you interrupting? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was polite and directly retorted. When Jack King heard Jiang Hai's retort, his face became even more ugly. I'm a good friend of Bavetta. I'm just telling him the truth. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Jack King said with a serious face, You call this telling the truth? I think you're just a pimp. Delia is my friend. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to explain it to her father. So, no matter what you say, it's impossible to use her as a bet. If you're willing, seeing that you like pimping so much, you can introduce your mother or your sister to him. I think you might like them. Listening to Jack's shameless words, Jiang Hai also smiled disdainfully and then said slowly. Jiang Hai had never been a person who was easy to talk to. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jack King almost couldn't control himself. These words were too hurtful, but Jiang Hai thought of him as a person. Jack is my friend, and this is our business. If something happened to Kelly, we wouldn't say anything. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Bavetta Jeanerat's face was a little embarrassed. He looked at Jiang Hai with a gloomy face and said, Jack is my friend, and this is our business. You can play however you want, as long as you're happy. It has nothing to do with me if you want to be gay, but I'm taking Delia away. Jiang Hai waved his hand casually. He didn't want to stay in this foul place anymore, but before he left, he must take Delia away. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delia, Kelly, and Karma Cliff all gathered around Jiang Hai and walked toward Jiang Hai's F-650. Delia, you're leaving now. Do you not believe me? Seeing that Delia was about to leave, Bavetta Jeanerat shouted loudly. Hearing his words, Delia also turned her head. Believe you? Believe you for what? Believe in your character or your driving skills? Hearing his words, Delia George turned his head and looked at her with some disgust on his face. Hearing her words, Bavetta Jeanerat couldn't help but be speechless. There was no way to answer this. If she believed in his character, then he wouldn't have hesitated just now to exchange his girlfriend for money. What kind of crazy person would have such an idea, but believe in his driving skills? Isn't that still using her as a bet? I'm quite insecure about you now. I think we need to reconsider the relationship between us. After Delia finished speaking, she sat in Jiang Hai's car. Looking at her attitude, Jiang Hai also shrugged and then went straight to the car. When he got in the car and started the engine, Izzo, who saw that his prey was about to leave, stopped in front of Jiang Hai's car and wanted to ask for an explanation, but Izzo's father waved his hand. The reason why he was so polite to Jiang Hai was that he fancied the tourist resources in Jiang Hai's hands, and also because he knew that Jiang Hai's power in this area was just a person's name and a tree's shadow last year. But when Jiang Hai's taxes were paid this year, he became the object of protection for Boston. No, the entire Massachusetts state government. Fighting with such a person was not what he should do. Chapter 711. Let's go. I'll look for you at the fishing exhibition tomorrow. Kelly Solon got out of the car with Karma Cliff and looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled and nodded. After watching Kelly Solon get out of the car, Jiang Hai also glanced at Delia George, who was still sitting in the back seat. Originally, something was very likely to happen between them tonight. However, because of what happened, Jiang Hai couldn't do anything with Kelly anymore. Now, the most important thing was to send Delia George home. This was the most important thing. Looking at her, Jiang Hai sighed. What was going on tonight? In the end, they said that they were going to watch a race, but they left without even watching the race. But if Jiang Hai had to choose, Delia was still his friend after all. If he had to choose again, he would still take her with him. Watching Kelly and Karma Cliff walk into the B-City University dormitory area, Jiang Hai deliberately waited for a while. After Kelly and Karma Cliff both called to tell Jiang Hai that they had arrived at the dormitory safely, Jiang Hai started the car and drove to Winthrop. He still needed to go to old George's house first to send Delia back. Okay, relax a little. Looking at Delia in the rearview mirror, who still seemed to have not recovered, Jiang Hai sighed. People who hasn't loved a few scumbags in their life. Just treat it as if you're blind, right? Medicine is so advanced now, blindness can be cured. Looking at Delia in the back, Jiang Hai also spoke slowly. But Delia didn't seem to listen. Looking at her somewhat dazed look, Jiang Hai also closed his mouth. He was not a psychiatrist, so it was pointless for him to speak on his own. The car sped along the deserted road, and Jiang Hai focused more on driving. Since Delia wasn't willing to chat, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. He turned on the radio and listened to the music playing on the midnight music station. It was a pretty good radio station in America. That was because TV and radio stations in the United States were allowed to be privately operated. The main source of income came from selling advertisements. Therefore, the programs produced by the TV stations here were all very good, and the competition was extremely intense. For example, the 5 major TV stations in America, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, and CW, had extremely intense competition. Compared to these TV stations in America, Huasia's TV stations were like elementary school students. After all, the TV stations in Huaxia were all state-owned, but the TV stations here were all private. They would broadcast TV dramas, and if the ratings weren't good, the domestic TV stations would at most endure it, and it would be over after the broadcast. But in America, it would be directly cut off. The TV dramas here were basically broadcast while filming. There were very few TV dramas that were broadcast after filming, unless the TV station had considerable confidence in the production team. For example, there was a drama that was broadcast here recently. It was called Wildland, while the domestic translation seemed to be called Wasteland, and it was starring the most popular male star in America, Wu Yinzu. This was a show that was very confident in the production team. It was broadcast after filming, and it was said to be an adaptation of Journey to the West. So in the beginning, Jiang Hai also watched it. But to be honest, this drama wasn't particularly good. While driving, Jiang Hai's mind was in a mess as he listened to the music. Unknowingly, the car had already passed Boston's airport. At this time, it was about 20 minutes away from Winthrop. But this time, Jiang Hai suddenly heard a rustling sound. Looking in the rearview mirror, he found that the sound came from Delia behind him, which made Jiang Hai a little puzzled. In the rearview mirror, he saw that she was adjusting her clothes at the back. Jiang Hai glanced at it and stopped looking. Girls' clothes were often a little uncomfortable, so it was understandable to adjust it a little, Jiang Hai thought. But after he stopped looking, he didn't notice that Delia actually took out a singlet from her clothes. A singlet for women. The word singlet would be obscured, but everyone probably understood it. After putting the singlet aside, Delia also took off her top. With her movements, her upper body appeared in the car in an instant. When Jiang Hai wasn't paying attention, Delia had unknowingly taken off all her clothes, folded them neatly, and put them on the back seat. Then, she propped herself on the backrest in front of Jiang Hai. Under Jiang Hai's surprised gaze, she rushed from the back to the front passenger seat. "Cough, what are you doing?" When Delia propped herself up, Jiang Hai also subconsciously looked to the side. As a result, he just happened to see the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Why was everything fine just now? Jiang Hai was so scared that he almost drove the car into a ditch. Fortunately, it was now night, and Jiang Hai was the only car here. Otherwise, if Jiang Hai drew a dragon on the road, who knew what would happen? After stabilizing the car, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at Delia. "You said that I have a boyfriend, so we can't do that. Now that I don't have a boyfriend, is it okay?" Looking at Jiang Hai's surprised gaze, Delia laid on Jiang Hai's lap. She raised her head to look at Jiang Hai, and her right hand was placed in an indescribable place. The weather in April was still a bit cold. As soon as she put her hand in, Jiang Hai felt a chill, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he glanced at Delia next to him. That feeling made Jiang Hai step on the brakes. He was really afraid that it would be troublesome if there was an accident later. "Hey, this isn't very good." After stopping the car and looking at Delia, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment, but he still spoke to her. "What's wrong with this? I don't want to be your girlfriend, and you're not my boyfriend. We're just taking what we need. Lend me your hand." Seeing that Jiang Hai had stopped the car, Delia said with a smile. Then she pulled Jiang Hai's hand. What happened next was easy to understand. Since the arrow was already on the bow, then Jiang Hai had no choice but to release it. Looking at Delia in front of him, Jiang Hai struggled for a moment in his heart, but he soon fell. The flames of war ignited in Jiang Hai's driving seat. The following scene couldn't be described because it had already been edited. It could only be said that there were too many things that couldn't be described in detail in the air. About an hour later, the two of them lay in the grass near the car. With Jiang Hai's coat under her, Delia was wrapped around Jiang Hai's body like an octopus, constantly panting. In the battle just now, she was still leading the initiative at the beginning, but later she was completely conquered by Jiang Hai. With her physical fitness, how could she be Jiang Hai's opponent? But although she fell, she was quite happy in her heart. "What is between us?" Delia hugged Jiang Hai and asked him in Jiang Hai's ear. I don't know how to answer you." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also a little hesitant. Delia was different from the women around Jiang Hai. He could keep the women around him by his side, but to be honest, Jiang Hai wasn't used to Delia. If it was just something that couldn't be described, then Jiang Hai might not be able to control himself. But if they were really in a relationship, then TSK, you scum. Fortunately, I didn't expect anything. Don't worry, I won't pester you. But in the future, you can't refuse me. Looking at Jiang Hai's somewhat tangled expression, Delia patted Jiang Hai's chest and said hatefully. But then she relaxed because she didn't take this matter too seriously from the beginning. She and Jiang Hai, she also understood that Jiang Hai probably wouldn't have any formal relationship with her, but she didn't care. As long as she was on good terms with Jiang Hai, if she had any problems in the future, then Jiang Hai would definitely help her. Moreover, even if Jiang Hai couldn't give her any status, as long as she said it, some compensation and benefits were indispensable. Delia let herself change into a comfortable position and lay here. Feeling Jiang Hai's awkwardness, Delia laughed. After the two chatted here for almost half an hour, they also got up to pack up and return to the car. First, it was because it was really too late now. If they were seen by a passing car, it would be awkward. Second, there were mosquitoes in the United States. Jiang Hai's body had the aura of the Dragon Ball, so mosquitoes naturally didn't dare to come over. But Delia couldn't. She had just accepted the aura, so she was a delicious meal in the eyes of mosquitoes. So after the two packed up, they got into the car. Jiang Hai drove, and Delia put on her clothes one by one. When the car was about to arrive at Delia's house, she had already put on her clothes. The benefits of neatly folded clothes just now were undoubtedly revealed at this time. There were no wrinkles or the like on it. It was completely impossible to tell what had happened between the two just now. The car soon arrived outside her family's horse farm, but when they arrived, Jiang Hai found that there was a car waiting for him at Delia George's door. Seeing Jiang Hai's car coming, the person in the car immediately came out. This person was none other than Baveda Jean Darrow. It was obvious that he didn't want him to break up with Delia George. He knew that his hesitation just now hurt Delia, and he also knew that it was wrong. So after Jiang Hai and the others left, he immediately chased after them. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai and the others had already left. Then he ignored Jack and the others' words and drove over to apologize to her. But he didn't expect to wait here for so long. As soon as he saw Jiang Hai and Delia coming back, he immediately looked at the two of them. When he found that the two of them were neatly dressed, and one was sitting in the front and the other in the back, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. God knew why he breathed a sigh of relief. After Delia saw his figure, her face was a little cold, and she didn't walk forward. After getting out of the car, she hugged Jiang Hai, then ignored him and walked into her family's horse farm. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Baveda Jean Darrow. This made Baveda Jean Darrow stand by the side and open his mouth helplessly. Delia, hey, Jiang, thank you for sending her back. Seeing Delia ignoring him, Baveda Jean Darrow couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that Delia still hated him at this time, but he really couldn't say anything. Today's matter was indeed his fault. You're welcome. But today your performance was really bad. Glancing at Baveda Jean Darrow, to be honest, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed. After all, Delia was also his ex-girlfriend, and something had happened between them just now. Then he saw Baveda Jean Darrow thanking him. Even if Jiang Hai's skin was thick, he was still a little embarrassed. But now that he was talking to him, Jiang Hai couldn't run away. Wouldn't that be exposing himself? I know. I just hesitated for a moment. Hey, it seems that it's not easy to get Delia's forgiveness. By the way, why are you so slow? Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Baveda Jean Darrow sighed. He also knew that this was troublesome, but in addition to his relationship with Delia, he also had some doubts about the timing. He had waited here for almost 3 hours before Jiang Hai and the others came back. It was indeed a little too slow. Oh, we want to eat something first, and then sent Kelly and the others back to school before we came back. Hearing Baveda Jean Darrow's words, Jiang Hai's face couldn't help but turn red. Fortunately, it was night, so it couldn't be seen clearly. Otherwise, with Jiang Hai's level of lying, he would have been seen through long ago. Hey, do you want to go for a drink? After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Baveda Jean Darrow believed it, and then looked at Jiang Hai and asked, No, I'm also in a hurry to go home. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai didn't want to stay with this Baveda Jean Darrow anymore. So after saying that, Jiang Hai got in the car and left, leaving Baveda Jean Darrow alone, looking at Delia's house in a daze. Chapter 712. When Jiang Hai returned home, he looked at the 4 girls who were sleeping on the bed and couldn't help but chuckle. For Jiang Hai, going out to play was one thing, but at least he knew to come back. After taking a shower, Jiang Hai got into the 4 girls' beds and hugged them to sleep. The next morning before dawn, Jiang Hai got up again and went to the dock in the dark. Edward Anderson and the others had been waiting at the dock for a long time. Today was the second day of the exhibition. In addition to getting some things for the exhibition, they also needed to get the $30,000 worth of fish from the high-end Western restaurant. Yesterday afternoon, Eleanor Cece and the others came back first to look for fish and the like. Of course, they also came back to rest first. After Edward Anderson and the others came back in the evening, everyone rested for a while and went out to sea at about 10 o'clock in the evening. According to the classification of the fish on the sonar, they caught the fish that the people from the high-end restaurant needed. Because there weren't many fish, 1 car was enough. If they wanted to collect more fish in the future, it might be a little troublesome. Most of the time, Jiang Hai would probably just ship to deliver the fish. After all, transporting these fish by car was time-consuming and laborious, and there was no guarantee that they were fresh. Prowalton had considered this point a long time ago. After Jiang Hai arrived, He helped to load the fish into the car. After getting the fish to be delivered today and the fish needed for the exhibition, everyone got in the car and went to Boston. On the way, they called the person who ordered yesterday. After entering downtown Boston, the people from the high-end restaurant had already appeared and took one of the F-750 cars to the high-end restaurant. At this time, the restaurant was not yet open, but the kitchen was already busy. Jiang Hai followed them. After the other party finished inspecting the goods, Jiang Hai drove away and went to the exhibition. When he arrived, Jiang Hai unexpectedly found that Kelly Soren was already there. However, Karma Cliff didn't come today. At this time, she was helping Edward Anderson to arrange the fish. Edward Anderson and the others were familiar with this girl. After all, Kelly Soren's father was famous in Winthrop. At first, they were a little surprised that she came to help early in the morning. However, after hearing that she was a good friend to Jiang Hai, they all understood that in their eyes, Jiang Hai was not a good person, especially when it came to relationships between men and women. In fact, until now, they didn't know who Jiang Hai's real girlfriend was and who was their mistress. However, this did not prevent them from showing their kindness to every woman who claimed to be Jiang Hai's friend. However, Kelly Soren was not a pretentious girl. She used to help her parents when she was at home. Therefore, she was not as uncomfortable as Jiang Hai when it came to work. After learning that Jiang Hai was holding a meeting here, she was a little late yesterday and did not come to help. However, this morning, she got up very early on purpose and took the first bus to come here. When she arrived, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was not completely bright yet. Jiang Hai was also delivering things. However, looking at the busy Edward Anderson, Kelly Soren did not say anything. She directly put on a leather bag, put on plastic gloves, and tied her hair behind her back. She was much more skillful than Jiang Hai. When Jiang Hai parked the car and saw her, he could not help but smile. To be honest, Jiang Hai appreciated such a girl. Some people say that between a goddess and a tomboy, men prefer goddesses. This is because they are more pretentious and more delicate. They give people the feeling that they want to protect them. However, Jiang Hai doesn't have a good impression of such a delicate goddess. Among the people he dated, there were no real social butterflies. Compared to such goddesses, he preferred rougher women. Looking at the people around him, it was clear. Basically, they were all people who could work in a hall, cook in a kitchen, do farm work, and beat up hooligans. Chi Li and Pra Walton were strong women. Ai Xiaoxi's family was in the countryside, so naturally, she could do these kinds of work. Feng Yinshun would soon come out to work and take care of herself. Although the path she took was a little crooked, there were not many things to do. Aphrodite and the others did not have a soft girl. The wine manor depended on them to take care of it. The only one who could be considered a soft girl was probably Selena Gomez, but the relationship between the two was still uncertain. Therefore, in conclusion, Jiang Hai still preferred those girls who were a little tough. Jiang Hai was actually not too interested in girls who were completely delicate and soft. After greeting Kelly, Jiang Hai put on his equipment and began to get busy. As the morning sun gradually rose, the temperature got higher and higher, and the sky gradually brightened. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the second day of the exhibition began again. It was basically the same as yesterday's exhibition, but at Jiang Hai's booth, there was an extra pretty girl. Jiang Hai's booth was the same. There were no changes, but the high-end restaurant he sent the fish to was undergoing some changes. The restaurant Jiang Hai sent was called L'Espalier. Jiang Hai did not know how to translate it, but in Boston, no, in the entire United States, it was quite a famous restaurant. This restaurant was located in Boston's most high-end commercial and residential area, Back Bay. It did not look very high-end. It was a little low-key and not very noisy. It was not like some hotels that wanted to make people's hair stand up. This restaurant looked very unusual, but it was recognized as the best French restaurant in Boston. It had been rated 5 diamonds by AAA for 12 consecutive years. It was also the only non-cheesy restaurant in Boston that was rated 4 stars by Forbes for 12 consecutive years. There were many people who came to eat at this restaurant every day. But it was important to note that this restaurant was not a Michelin restaurant, because Boston did not have a Michelin restaurant at all. There were often some people who showed off in their circle of friends, saying that they ate in a Michelin restaurant. In fact, it was all nonsense. Because in the United States, only New York, Las Vegas, Mexico, San Francisco, and a few cities near Los Angeles had Michelin star restaurants. Big cities like Boston were not included in the rating. Expensive did not mean that it was a Michelin star, but expensive certainly meant that the service here was good and the food was good. There were rich people everywhere. Naturally, Boston, as a metropolitan area, was no exception. Translator, WQL editor. Alley in the morning, the restaurant was a bit deserted. However, at lunchtime, a group of well-dressed guys walked into the restaurant with their female companions wearing heavy makeup. As usual, they ordered some French cuisine, but today, when the fish they ordered was served, many people felt a little strange. Usually, it should be cod, but at this time, it was actually American red fish. "Waiter, what's the matter with these fish?" Looking at the fish on the plate, these rich people could not help but ask the waiter next to them. Even if American red fish was more expensive than cod, this was not the dish they ordered. "Sir, this is the high-quality red fish we just purchased today. You can have a taste. If you're not satisfied with the taste, we'll change it to codfish for you." Upon hearing someone's complaint, the waiter who had already prepared the dishes smiled and said. Hearing the waiter's words, some people were not willing to try it and directly asked for a change, but some people tried to bite. With this bite, their eyes lit up instantly. How could Jiang Hai's red fish be compared to the haddock and cod in the Atlantic Ocean? His fish meat was really delicate and smooth to the extreme. Generally speaking, the meat of sea fish was relatively coarse, but Jiang Hai's fish meat not only did not have that kind of coarse texture, but also had a very strong elasticity. When chewing, one would not feel dry, and there was a unique sweetness of sea fish. When these people tasted the fish for the first time, they were a little dazed. The second, third, and fourth mouthfuls were eaten just like that. After eating, they would ask about the price of the fish and what other fish were there. The people in this restaurant were actually mentally prepared for this kind of scene. After all, if they had not personally tasted the freshness of Jiang Hai's fish yesterday, they would definitely not have ordered the fish today. After all, the price of Jiang Hai's fish was at least 3 times higher than the market price. Half a time higher was enough for this restaurant to choose the best fish. If it were not for this special taste, they would not have ordered the fish. In the eyes of the restaurant's owner and the waiter, almost all the customers who came to eat the set meal would order a fish dish after eating the main dish of fish. After learning that there were only American red fish, salmon, grouper, and anchovies, they were a little dissatisfied. Jiang Hai's fish meat was inexplicably attractive to these diners who had never absorbed spiritual energy before. Although it was not like the novels he had read before, where they could not wait to swallow their tongues, or that this taste should only exist in the sky, it was delicious. The fresh taste stimulated the taste buds, making people unable to stop themselves. Almost the amount that was originally intended to be sold for a day was almost sold out after lunch. Moreover, these customers still said that they would come to eat in the evening when they left. Some people even directly booked seats in the evening after lunch. Seeing this scene, the restaurant's owner's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately went to find the buyer from yesterday. They still wanted to order Jiang Hai's fish, but this time, in addition to these 4 types of fish, they also wanted to try some other fish. Therefore, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the buyer left the restaurant again and went to the exhibition to find Edward Anderson. At this time, Edward Anderson was resting here because he had not made a single transaction this morning. After all, the fish here were too expensive. They were very interested in tasting the freshness of the fish or watching it. But if they were asked to buy it, they wouldn't be interested at all, especially the second-rate dealers. They didn't know if the fish would be worth a lot of money when they were shipped inland. It was because of this observation that after the excitement of the first day, Edward Anderson and the others calmed down a lot. After having lunch with them, Jiang Hai went out to play with Kelly in the afternoon. In their opinion, there was nothing to do now. Even Edward Anderson was just resting at this time, preparing to cut a few fish at 3 o'clock. At this time, the buyer quickly ran over. "Oh, it's you. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem with our fish?" Looking at the buyer in front of him, Edward Anderson still had some impression of him. Seeing him running in such a hurry, Edward Anderson was stunned for a moment. This was not very scientific. Yes, no, it's about your fish. But it's not that there's a problem with the fish, it's that we're going to buy your fish. After taking a few deep breaths, the buyer looked at Edward Anderson in front of him and said with a smile, "Buy our fish? Is it still 30,000? If it's still 30,000, then we may have to deliver the goods every few days." Hearing his words, Edward Anderson thought for a moment and said, although this was also a business, it would be very troublesome to catch them every day. How much was the diesel? For a trip to the sea, just the diesel alone cost more than $3,000. The fish could be sold for $30,000, and the tax was more than $10,000. Plus the fuel and the money they spent, Jiang Hai only had a few $1,000s left. Maybe he was spoiled by beef, but now even Edward Anderson was not interested in fish that cost a few $1,000s. If it was delivered once every few days, it would be fine, but such a top-notch restaurant naturally wouldn't allow it to be delivered once every few days. It's impossible to deliver every few days, but the quantity we want can be increased. According to yesterday's standard, we want double the fish and some precious seafood. What do you think? Hearing Edward Anderson's words, the buyer here shook his head and directly refused to deliver every few days. He would still deliver every day, but the quantity of fish would be increased a lot. Hearing his words, Edward Anderson also began to calculate in his heart. If what he said was true, then this thing was quite profitable. After all, this was just a Western restaurant. Other than this one, if the other restaurants saw the business opportunity in this, perhaps this would be a good choice. Chapter 713. Double? How many days are you going to sign the contract? Looking at the buyer in front of him, Edward Anderson calculated in his heart. Double the price would be $60,000 a day. Deducting the cost of diesel, $30,000 for taxes and labor, Jiang Hai could earn $30,000 a day. $30,000 a day, that would be $1 million a month. Let's see how long this person has signed for. If you can guarantee the quality, we're going to sign for a year first, and then we will talk about it according to the market price. Hearing Edward Anderson's words, the buyer thought for a while and booked a more stable time. A year, it's not too long, but it's not too short either. It depends on the quality of Jiang Hai's fish. Hearing his words, Edward Anderson also thought for a while. $1 million a month, $12 million a year, it's not bad. But it's a little troublesome to go to sea every day. Thinking of this, he nodded. After all, the fishing industry hasn't opened yet. $12 million a year, and it's still a net income, is actually very important for them. Then I'll call my boss and ask. After thinking for a while, Edward Anderson made a call to Jiang Hai. At this time, Jiang Hai was driving, and Kelly was sitting next to him, talking about interesting things in school. Hearing Edward Anderson's call, Jiang Hai also picked it up. After asking what's going on, Jiang Hai thought for a while. It doesn't matter if he gets fish every day, because Prawalton also requires fresh fish to be sold every day. The price of live fish and the price of dead fish are different. Sam's Club specializes in selling high-grade fish. Naturally, it was impossible to sell dead fish to customers. For example, tuna and the like would die when they came ashore. However, for fish like American redfish and grouper, they had to be kept alive. They would have to go out to sea every day to fish. When the time came, they would just bring some back to the restaurant. Moreover, if they really made a name for themselves, then this restaurant wouldn't be the only one ordering fish. Just like what Jiang Hai had said, there was no such thing as a monolith in any industry, especially in the restaurant industry. Paper couldn't contain fire. The news of the restaurant's explosive customers at noon had already spread throughout Boston's food and beverage industry in the evening. Many people knew that Jiang Hai's fish indeed had some miraculous effects. Therefore, on the third day, more and more restaurants came to Jiang Hai's door to try to place orders. This way, even if Prawalton didn't order every day, Jiang Hai could still get a lot of fish every day. However, if they had to go out to sea every day, it would be a little tiring for Edward Anderson and the other four. Jiang Hai was considering whether he should add more cowboys and fishermen. However, if the number of people increased, they wouldn't have enough space to live in. In fact, Jiang Hai had made a mistake from the very beginning. Although there were so many small villas in the manor, the owner of the manor didn't prepare for each cowboy to live in a villa. In the workers' quarters here, except for some famous leaders such as Edward Anderson and Robbins Garcia, the other workers weren't qualified to live in a villa. Basically, it was good enough for each person to have a room. However, Jiang Hai didn't know at the beginning. He saw that Robbins Garcia lived in a villa alone, so naturally, the people who were recruited later would also have a villa for themselves. When he realized it later, it was too late. Americans were very particular about these things. It was best not to take back the benefits you gave them, because it wasn't a good thing. If he wanted to recruit more people now, not only would he need to recruit the fishermen, but he would also need to recruit a few more cowboys. Robbins Garcia and the others were indeed a little stretched. It wasn't that Jiang Hai couldn't afford to pay those cowboys, so it didn't matter. As Jiang Hai agreed, he was thinking about whether to build a few more villas or think of other ways. In fact, in Jiang Hai's heart, there was a way. His relationship with Aphrodite and the others was there. It didn't matter to let them live in the villas. This way, there would be 4 villas empty. It should be easy to recruit 8 people by then. Moreover, he didn't necessarily need to recruit 8 people, right? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai was thinking about how to tell Aphrodite and the others when he went back. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? If you have something to do, then you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little absent-minded after answering the phone, Kelly Soren couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Kelly. Soren knew the relationship between herself and Jiang Hai. She regarded Jiang Hai as her boyfriend, but Jiang Hai didn't necessarily regard her as a girlfriend. However, it was not bad to be a friend, even if she was not a girlfriend. As a friend, it was naturally impossible to hinder her good friend's path to wealth. So if Jiang Hai had something to do, she could let him do it first. After all, business matters were more important. Oh, it's nothing. I just took on a business. I'm just thinking about how much money this business can make. Looking at Kelly Soren, Jiang Hai said with a smile, and then continued to chat with Kelly Soren. However, when the car drove into downtown Boston, Jiang Hai and Kelly Soren were a little stupefied because they didn't know what to do next. Jiang Hai glanced at Kelly, and Kelly also looked at Jiang Hai. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. What are we going to do? It's still so early. Looking at the watch, it was not even 3 o'clock yet. It was indeed a little early. Let's go to the movies. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly thought for a moment and suggested with a smile. Watch a movie. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned. In fact, for college students, going out with their boyfriends was nothing more than 3 things: watching a movie, shopping, and singing. Because Jiang Hai didn't like noisy places, Kelly didn't say that she wanted to sing. Shopping, it could be seen that Jiang Hai's interest was not strong, so there was only 1 movie left. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and nodded slowly. It didn't matter if they went to the movies. Okay, then let's go to the movies. What do you want to watch? Seeing Jiang Hai agree, Kelly immediately looked at her mobile phone. There are indeed more movies in North America than in China. A large number of movies are shot here every year, but domestic imports only account for a small part of them. The North American movie market is actually huge. Not only are there movies from the United States and Canada, but there are movies from all over the world. The schedule of the major cinemas is crowded. In the cinemas here, you can see all the movies you want to see, including some R-rated movies, and pornographic movies. You can see them here. However, Kelly won't watch those movies with Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai proposed it, she wouldn't refuse. But if Jiang Hai didn't say it, she wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Looking at the movies on the mobile phone, Kelly thought for a moment and clicked on one of them. Let's go see the Fantasy Forest. Looking at Jiang Hai, Kelly Soren said with a smile. Fantasy Forest? While driving, Jiang Hai glanced at Kelly's mobile phone, but when he saw it, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This movie sounds like a children's movie. In fact, it is indeed so. The protagonist is a little boy from the Indian tribe. The story is somewhat similar to the story of the wolf child. It's about a little boy who wears red underpants outside. Cough, but there is no S on his chest. The little boy's father is an adventurer who was bitten to death by a tiger in the forest. Then, after the Black Panther found the little boy, it handed him over to the wolves. The wolves raised the little boy until he was a teenager. But the tiger found him and then wanted to kill the little guy. The little guy ran away, and the story unfolded. Indeed, it's a children's movie, and it's not like the kind of children's movie that adults watch. It's more towards children. The only thing that can be seen is that the dubbing lineup is very strong. Jiang Hai glanced at it. He doesn't care. Then, when Kelly saw that Jiang Hai agreed, she smiled and bought 2 movie tickets. After buying the 2 tickets, Kelly looked at Jiang Hai and said with a smile, "The tickets are for 5:30 p.m. After watching it, it will be 7 p.m. We can go back and take a shower to get rid of the fishy smell on our bodies." After buying 2 tickets, Kelly looked at Jiang Hai and said with a smile. Hearing Kelly's words, Jiang Hai naturally understood what she meant by taking a shower. He smiled and looked at the nearby hotel. "No, let's go to my dormitory. I still need to change." Seeing Jiang Hai change his path and go to the hotel, Kelly couldn't help but blush. Then she said to Jiang Hai shyly, "Your dormitory?" No one." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was a little surprised. "The girls' dormitory? He really hasn't been there." "Well, there shouldn't be anyone at this time, but we have to hurry." Glancing at Jiang Hai, Kelly couldn't help but bite her lips and whisper. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also stepped on the gas pedal, and the car went to B City University. After logging in his car information at the entrance, Jiang Hai parked the car in front of the girls' dormitory building. Although B City University is not like Harvard and is quite famous, it's still quite good in Boston. The education philosophy of the Americans and Huaxia is just opposite. Huaxia children in elementary school, junior high school, and high school are extremely strict on education, but the Americans are just the opposite. A 5th grade student in Huaxia Elementary School, as long as he's not in a bad school, is at an average school, and his academic level is above average. When such a child comes to the United States, he or she may even have an advantage over the children in junior high school. Huaxia's force-feeding education has its own unique existence. Before entering university, it can be said that Huaxia students are much stronger than American students. But after entering university, it's the complete opposite. In the United States, there is no such thing as enduring until graduation. If you don't have enough credits here, you have to continue to study for 20 years, and the tuition of American universities is not cheap. If you don't have enough credits and have to repeat every year, it's really too troublesome. Going to university in China is actually just a time to play basketball, play games, and have a girlfriend. The main time to study is placed in the 3 weeks before the exam. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam. There's a makeup exam. If you're really bad at studying and can't pass the makeup exam, then it doesn't matter. As long as you have a good relationship with the tutor and enough money, nothing will happen. As long as you don't hand in a blank paper, these are all small problems. But such a student, unless he or she drops out of school in the United States, may really have to study for the rest of their lives. At this time, the students are still in class, and Kelly's dormitory manager has a good relationship with her. For example, she knows that this manager will go home between 3 and 5 in the afternoon to pick up his 3rd daughter from school. After Jiang Hai parked the car, the two sneaked into the dormitory building. When they came to the 3rd floor, this is Kelly's dormitory. After entering, Jiang Hai can't help but let out a soft wow. Jiang Hai went to university before, but to be honest, Jiang Hai doesn't miss that dormitory because it is really bad. In a room less than 20 square meters, there are 8 bunk beds with metal frames. In addition, there are 8 tables squeezed in between. Jiang Hai and the others usually live in such a situation. But Kelly's dormitory is really different. It is also about 20 square meters, but there are only 2 beds. The 2 beds are called single beds, but they are actually wider about 7 meters. Next to the 2 beds are 2 large wardrobes. Next to the wardrobes is a study table. Other than that, There is also a shoe rack and a separate bathroom. Although there is no bathtub in the bathroom, there is a shower head, and it doesn't look small. In the dormitory building, there is a central air conditioner and floor heating. Compared to this dormitory, the dormitory Jiang Hai and the others went to is really similar to a dog's kennel. Life in American University is really good. What? Life in American University is really good? If you're thinking the wrong way, I will tip you 10 coins. Thank you. I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want to sit and wait for a while? Looking at Jiang Hai, who is looking at her room, Kelly can't help but smile. When she came in just now, she already took the things for washing up and a new set of clothes. She looked at Jiang Hai and said sweetly, "How about, let's go together?" Looking at Kelly in front of him, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Then okay. Originally, Jiang Hai said it half-jokingly, but he didn't expect Kelly to not reject. Instead, she blushed and gently bit her lower lip. She looked at Jiang Hai and said softly, Chapter 714. Although men and women had different structures, in a sense, some of their needs in life were also mutual. However, the difference between men and women was that the younger a man was, the better his body and the more needs he had. On the other hand, the older a woman was, the more she needed. Kelly Sauron did not have a boyfriend at this time. Her boyfriend was only Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai had a lot of people who could help him with some of his needs, but Kelly Sauron did not. Yesterday, she thought she could do something with Jiang Hai, but because of Delia's incident, she had to watch Jiang Hai leave. Now that he was finally in her territory, she would not let Jiang Hai go easily. After the two entered the bathroom, they hugged each other crazily. What happened later couldn't be written in detail. They only knew that they stayed in the bathroom for more than an hour. After they came out, they didn't return to their normal state. Instead, they rolled to the place where Kelly slept and continued the war. The sound of war continued to roar in this bedroom. "I love you." Kelly Sauron hugged Jiang Hai tightly and hung on Jiang Hai like a koala bear. Her hands were around Jiang Hai's neck. She now wished she could spend every minute and every second with Jiang Hai, feeling Jiang Hai's soul and body. She was not sure what was between her and Jiang Hai. Was it because she liked Jiang Hai's power, his money, or his person? She was not sure, but this did not prevent her from being with Jiang Hai. Sometimes, young people should be more impulsive. However, at this time, Jiang Hai's ears suddenly moved. He heard the sound of the door opening. Before he could react, the door of Kelly's bedroom was open from the outside. In an instant, Jiang Hai and Kelly looked at the door. At the door, a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with long blonde hair, good looks, but wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a checkered jacket, stood there stupidly. She looked at Jiang Hai and Kelly, and even the connection between them was clearly seen. "Hi, Jenny." Looking at the girl standing in front of her, Kelly Sauron took a deep breath and said to the girl named Jenny at the door. Hearing Kelly's words, the girl also reacted, smiled awkwardly, and then left the room. "I'm really sorry." After saying this, Jenny closed the door again. "Hey, sorry to disturb you. You should have gone to the hotel with me." Looking at Kelly in front of him, Jiang Hai said with some embarrassment, "It's okay. She probably went out for a stroll. Let's continue." It turned out that Kelly would not let go of Jiang Hai easily. She did not have such a relationship with the opposite sex around her. She couldn't help but use a little force and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Feeling Kelly's movements, Jiang Hai also rushed forward again. Perhaps they were afraid that Jenny would come back at any time, so the two also sped up their pace. But at this time, the door of the bedroom opened again, but Jiang Hai and Kelly had no way to stop. Looking at Jiang Hai and Kelly's movements, the girl named Jenny could not help but be a little confused. She didn't go outside just now, but waited at the door. Her idea was that since Jiang Hai and Kelly were interrupted by her, they would probably restrain themselves and take advantage of this time and put on their clothes. Who knew that the two not only did not stop, but also sped up. Seeing that the two were not in the mood to pay attention to her this time, Jenny couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, as if she was afraid that Kelly's voice would be heard, she closed the door again. Soon after the door was closed, the battle inside also ended. The two hugged each other and lay on Kelly's bed. About 10 minutes later, Kelly put on her clothes and opened the door. She looked at Jenny with a somewhat depressed and awkward gaze. As for Jenny's face, the awkwardness was about to disappear. Standing outside the door just now, her mind was full of the scene of Jiang Hai and Kelly's battle just now. She was already a little confused. It's still time for class. Why are you back? At this time, Jiang Hai had already put on his clothes and was opening the window to let out the smell just now. But the smell was still quite strong, making Jenny unable to stand it. But Kelly didn't care and looked at Jenny and asked, "Oh, today, Professor Malify has something to do, so the afternoon class is self-study. I also have nothing to do, so I came back to rest. So sorry." After hearing Kelly's words, Jenny lowered her head, carefully looked at Kelly and Jiang Hai, and said timidly, Okay, look at your pitiful appearance. No one blames you." Looking at the appearance of this girl named Jenny, Kelly couldn't help but sigh. When will this girl's character change? Really troublesome. Cough. The movie is about to start. Listening to Kelly and Jenny's words, Jiang Hai was also a little embarrassed at this time. He pointed to his watch and whispered to Kelly. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly couldn't help but look at the time. Indeed, it's about to start. There's still half an hour left. After they arrive, they still have to change tickets, find seats, buy some water, and so on. Time is indeed a bit tight. Yes, it's too late. By the way, if you have nothing to do, come out and play with us. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Kelly immediately put on her clothes, but when she saw Jenny, she couldn't help but say something. When she said this, not only Jenny was stunned, but also Jiang Hai was stunned. Bringing such a third wheel, what kind of way is this? I'll forget it. Hearing Kelly's words, Jenny muttered in a low voice. Didn't you say that you want to watch the fantasy forest? Why are you scared? Let's go. Kelly also regretted after saying this, but since she already said it, and it can be seen that Jenny is a little moved, so she pulled Jenny up and looked at Jiang Hai. Since she already said it, Jiang Hai can't say no, so he can only shrug his shoulders and say whatever she wants. I've already bought the tickets. Let's go. Looking at Jiang Hai's indifferent look and Jenny's somewhat hesitant look, Kelly couldn't help but take out her mobile phone and look at the location of the movie they are going to watch. It's really lucky there's just an empty seat next to them. So Kelly bought it, then after showing it to Jenny, she pulled her out. Jenny saw that Kelly was so serious, and Jiang Hai didn't look like a bad guy. So she followed them out of the teaching building and sat behind Jiang Hai's pickup truck. Generally speaking, the people sitting in the back won't wear seatbelts. First, it's too tight, and second, it's not that dangerous. However, after this girl named Jenny got in the car, she directly fastened her seatbelt, then looked at Jiang Hai and Kelly sitting in front timidly. Looking at this girl's appearance, Jiang Hai can't help but feel a little funny. Why is she so timid? Let me introduce. This is Jiang Hai. He's my friend. This is Jenny Pond. She's my roommate. She's also at B City University, the same year as me. She's also a senior this year and will graduate soon. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's a straight-A student. Her academic results are among the best in the whole school. But her personality is a problem. She's too introverted. Seeing the car start to move smoothly, Kelly also introduced the girl named Jenny Pond to the two, but she mainly introduced the girl named Jenny Pond. Listening to Kelly's introduction, Jiang Hai also had some understanding of this girl, who looked a little rustic but was very strong. This girl came from New Jersey. Compared to New York and B City, New Jersey was indeed a lot worse. Although it was only separated from New York by a river, whether it was economically or geographically, it was far behind. Jiang Hai wasn't clear about this girl's family situation, but if it could make her feel so inferior, it probably wasn't too good. However, although this girl was extremely introverted and self-abased, she had always believed in a sentence: knowledge is power. So her academic results were obvious to all. She should have gone to a better school, but when she graduated from high school, she was too nervous during the exam and had a fever in the examination room. Even if she performed less than 30% of her standard, she still went to B City University. However, B-City University's standard wasn't that bad. In the U.S. World University Rankings, B-City University was ranked 32nd in the world this year, while the highest-ranking university in Huaxia, Imperial Capital University, was ranked 41st, and Shuemu University was ranked 49th. It could be said that a top student who could go to B-City University was basically at the level of existence in the country. After being a top student for 4 years, she went to the best major here, the School of Business Management. Now, she was about to graduate in her 4th year. Logically speaking, with her professional knowledge, there should have been a company hiring her long ago. In fact, this was the case. Whether it was recommended by a mentor or the companies themselves, since her junior year, no less than 30 companies had come to look for her, including many companies in the world's top 500. Even the Walmart Group, which was related to Jiang Hai, had sent someone to look at her and even promised her a chance to be promoted quickly when she entered the company. However, the biggest problem was that this girl was too dumb. This was somewhat similar to the top students in Huaxia. You could ask her to write something, and you could ask her to do research on her own. However, when you asked her to go to an interview and introduce herself to the interviewer, she was stupid. So, she failed all the interviews. At first, she didn't pass, but later, she was so shy that she didn't go. These big companies also had their own face problems. If you didn't come, they naturally wouldn't come to inform you. So, she hadn't found a job until now. It was also because of her personality that she had almost no friends in school. The only person she could talk to was Kelly Solon. Looking at the person behind him, Jiang Hai was a little surprised. Could this person be a talent? If she was really a talent, it wouldn't be bad if he could get her into the Tenglong company. If you need a job, you can consider my company. My company has just been established, and its main business project is to promote the things in my manor, such as beef, fish, seafood, and so on. Another project is logistics, mainly to send these things around the world. The company has just been established, and everything is still quite new. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai said tentatively, this could be considered as giving face to Kelly. Of course, if this girl was really capable, then Jiang Hai wouldn't mind letting her earn a lot, just like Qi Li's assistant. Well, Jiang Hai forgot her name again. However, this didn't prevent this guy from earning a lot now. If the company was profitable in the future, Jiang Hai wouldn't be stingy. Is this really okay? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jenny Pond asked eagerly. She had no choice but to do so. After all, she couldn't find a job, so she was under a lot of pressure. Recently, she didn't dare to call home, because every time she called, she would talk about her job. Her family's condition wasn't very good. If she couldn't find a job, she would graduate from college and go home with her tail between her legs. At that time, her life would become very bleak. She could go to work, but she really didn't have the confidence to introduce herself. She really couldn't pass the interview. Of course. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai smiled and then took out a business card. The business card had his company's address on it. Jiang Hai didn't have such a thing before, but after all, he had established a company, and the company was fully controlled by him. Therefore, he also printed some business cards with the position of the chairman. The outside of the business card was gilded, and one of them cost $2. Jiang Hai printed a total of 1,000 of them, and only a few of them were sent out. Just go to the address on it. If you have nothing to do tomorrow, take her to have a look. After seeing Jenny Pond take the business card, Jiang Hai looked at Kelly with a smile. Kelly was also very willing to help, so she naturally agreed. At this time, Jenny, who was sitting in the back row, finally showed a smile on her face. She didn't expect that such an awkward meeting would end up with such a good result. Looking at the business card in her hand, she looked at Jiang Hai. It seems that this man should be a good person. Chapter 7:15. This should be the place mentioned on the business card. Looking at the business card in her hand, Jenny Pond carefully looked at the office building in front of her and said with some worry. The hand holding Jiang Hai's business card trembled unconsciously. Yesterday, she went to play with Jiang Hai and the others. After watching a movie, Jiang Hai also treated them to a meal. After eating, Jiang Hai sent them back to their dormitory. Maybe because she exercised too much during the day, Kelly Solon fell asleep after her head touched the pillow. Instead, Jenny Pond recalled the scene she saw during the day. The smell of Jiang Hai and Kelly had not completely dispersed yet, so she could not fall asleep. She was in a daze and fell asleep around 12 o'clock, but because she had something on her mind, she got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, she specifically checked the situation of the Tunglong Company. After making enough preparations, it was already 8 o'clock. Kelly got up at around 7 o'clock. Originally, she wanted to go with Jenny, but Jenny Pound was unwilling to do so. This time, no matter what, she wanted to find a job and rely on her own abilities. So she did not ask Kelly to accompany her. Instead, after preparing herself, she went downstairs for breakfast and took the subway to the office building that Jiang Hai mentioned. Downstairs, she took a deep breath and then summoned up the courage to walk into the office building. When she walked in, there was a girl who looked about the same age as her waiting for the elevator. However, compared to her, this woman was completely different. She had an overbearing aura, wore a decent office lady's uniform, and her hair was meticulously combed behind her head. She was holding a document bag, and standing there gave people a very sharp feeling. Compared to Jenny, it was really the feeling of an elite and a country girl. Jenny Pond also knew that she was going to have an interview today, so she deliberately wore a set of clothes that she saved money to buy. However, it was still very old-fashioned. It was a slightly loose woman's suit, and it was gray in color. The one-step skirt was also not very appropriate. At first glance, it felt like someone else's clothes and not hers. In fact, it was indeed someone else's clothes. She had bought it from a senior who had graduated last year. Before the senior left, she had sold this set of clothes, which was worth $1,000, for only $300. She had hesitated for a long time before she was willing to buy it. However, this set of clothes was indeed a lot worse than the one she had made before. Standing next to this woman, Jenny Pond felt even more inferior and unconsciously took 2 steps back. But fortunately, this time, she did not escape. Soon, the elevator arrived. As the elevator door opened, Jenny Pond and the woman also walked in. But as soon as they entered the elevator, Jenny Pond took the initiative to hide in the corner. After the woman saw Jenny Pond, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled kindly, and the original sharp feeling disappeared a little. Which floor? Looking at Jenny Pond, the woman asked softly. 17, 17, thank you. Hearing the woman's question, Jenny Pond said with some worry. 17? Tunglong Company? What are you going there for? Hearing her words, the woman was stunned for a moment, and after pressing the 15 and 17 buttons, she asked her strangely, I'm here to apply for a job. Hearing her words, Jenny Pond slowly gathered her courage and said to her. Hearing what she said, the woman here was stunned for a moment, then smiled kindly. It's a bit troublesome for you to apply for a job like this. Don't be nervous, the boss on the 17th floor. Well, he's not a bad guy, but his manager is very strict. If there are any problems, you can come downstairs and find me. My name is Penelope Daller. Looking at the little girl's nervous look, the woman here also smiled and said, Yes, this woman is none other than Penelope Daller, the daughter of Burke Daller in Jiang Hai's manor. She has some hostility towards her and Jiang Hai, but she knows. Jiang Hai is indeed a good boss, and to some extent, the reason why she has her current status is inseparable from Jiang Hai. Looking at the gold-stamped business card in Jenny Pond's hand, she knows that this girl should be favored by Jiang Hai. Therefore, it didn't matter if he helped her if he could. Okay, thank you, Miss Daller. Hearing Penelope's kind words, Jenny Pond said immediately, You're welcome. Hearing her words, Penelope Daller also smiled, then said. But at this time, the elevator also reached the 15th floor. After making a cheering gesture to Jenny, she got off the elevator and left. Jenny took a deep breath. The elevator door opened again, and it was already the 17th floor. Hello, how can I help you? As soon as she came out of the elevator, the receptionist who was cleaning up the front desk looked at her with a smile and asked her unexpectedly, because it seems that she is not here to talk about business. I'm here to apply for a job. this is my resume, and this is given to me by the person who asked me to apply for a job." Hearing the receptionist's words, Jenny Pond was taken aback, but she still walked over timidly. After taking out her resume from the file bag, she deliberately put the business card that had been crumpled by her. Although the receptionist has not seen Jiang Hai in person, she still knows the gold-stamped business card. But she still knew about this gold-stamped business card. If Jiang Hai himself came, she might not be able to recognize it, but she knew about Jiang Hai's business card. "Please come with me." Since the chairman wants to recruit someone, she naturally did not dare to be slow. After smiling, she led Jenny Pond to a reception room next to her and helped her get a cup of coffee. "Now President Zheng still has a business to discuss. Please wait here first. I will go and inform him." After looking at Jenny kindly with a smile, the receptionist left and went to the room of Zheng Jin, the assistant of Qi Li, whose name Jiang Hai never remembered. She knocked gently on the door. After getting permission, she went in to explain the situation. After Zheng Jin heard the words of the receptionist, she glanced at Jiang Hai's business card and the stack of resumes she brought in. Looking at this stack of resumes, Zheng Jin was a little surprised. It was not because this stack of resumes was too simple, but because this stack of resumes was too good. If this person is really like what is said on the resume, of course, these things can be easily found out. If these are all true, then how could this person be interested in the Tunglong company? Could it be that Jiang Hai specially recruited someone? Okay, I got it. I will go and take a look. After thinking for a while, Zheng Jin decided to take a look herself. After talking to the receptionist, Zheng Jin went to the reception room after dealing with some documents. When she came in, she found Jenny sitting there, nervously reciting her self-introduction. Looking at this girl, Zheng Jin couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, as if she saw herself in the past. "Hello." But after a moment of absent-mindedness, Zheng Jin had already pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she saw Zheng Jin coming in, Jenny Pond immediately stood up nervously and then stuttered a little. My name is Jenny Pond, a fresh graduate from the Boston Business Administration Department. I am here for an interview." Looking at Zheng Jin, who looked like a successful person, Jenny Pond said nervously, and her tongue curled a little. "Don't be so nervous, sit down and talk." Looking at her appearance, Zheng Jin chuckled, then sat opposite her, took the resume, and looked at it. To be honest, the content on this resume was really good. Fresh graduate from the Boston Business Administration College, has completed the graduation thesis. The professor of the college has evaluated A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The second grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The second grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The second grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is A+. The second grade evaluation is A+. The first grade evaluation is... Ahem, Miss Pond, to be honest, your resume is very good, very beautiful. But I'm a little curious. Why did you agree to come to our company? You know, our company has just been established. With your resume, I think any company in the world that does business and trade will not be stingy in giving you a position and promotion opportunities. Slowly reading some of the evaluations in these resumes, Zheng Jin asked with some doubts. Because I'm not too outgoing, so I lost a lot of interview opportunities. After I accidentally met Mr. Jiang yesterday, Mr. Jiang said that I can come here and try. I will work hard, please believe me. Looking at Zheng Jin in front of her, Jenny Pond felt more tongue-tied and said in a daze, "To be honest, our company has just been established, and we really need talents. With only your resume, I will hire you, not to mention you have a recommendation of our chairman. But as you said, your personality is indeed a bit troublesome. This is the United States. To be honest, your personality may not work well in the more introverted Huaxia, let alone the United States. But I'm willing to give you a chance. I have 3 jobs here you can choose. Looking at Jenny Pond, Zheng Jin said seriously. First, you'll be our data archivist here. You don't need to interact with too many people, and your main job is to manage the data. Your weekly salary for the first 3 months will be $700, and you'll have 2 days off every week. We'll pay for your unemployment insurance, and you'll pay for your medical and social insurance yourself. You'll get a daily allowance of $30, food and transportation, and dividends will be calculated separately. Looking at Jenny Pond, Zheng Jingxian first mentioned a job that didn't require any interaction with people. But there are fewer opportunities for promotion in the first job. The second job is classified management, which means that you have to manage orders and arrange flights. There are many opportunities to meet people, but there are a lot of phone calls. The weekly salary for the first 3 months is $750, and the allowance is still $30. Business trips and things like that are calculated separately. This opportunity for promotion is better than the first job. The last job is the front desk job. To be honest, it's the best place to train people. Actually, I also had your current situation. You don't speak after meeting people. It's a little too autistic. In fact, you don't need to be like this at all. If you adapt to the front desk for 3 months, as long as you change your introverted habit, you can directly go back to the classified management and become a team leader. Looking at Jenny Pond in front of him, Zheng Jin said seriously. Hearing his words, Jenny Pond couldn't help but open her mouth. Then, she hesitated for a moment. I recommend you to choose the third job. If you can't do it during this period, you can change jobs with me at any time. With your ability and the chairman's name card, I will give you a chance to change. Seeing that Jenny Pond was still a little hesitant, Zheng Jin also said seriously, Thank you, Chief Zheng. I will work hard. Maybe it was because of Zheng Jin's words, or maybe it was because she remembered that she had to work hard to change this job. Jenny Pond finally accepted Zheng Jin's recommendation. She was ready to go to the front desk. Looking at her, Zheng Jin also chuckled. He had a feeling that she would definitely succeed. He called the girl who brought Jenny Pond in at the front desk and asked her to bring her to the front desk first to familiarize herself with the work. After work in the evening, he brought her to do her hair and change her clothes. Although it was not necessary to be flamboyant, as a professional woman, she also had to have her own beautiful side. To be honest, Jenny Pond was not too interested in Zheng Jin's arrangement. She felt that her clothes were quite good. It was loose and not too late. Most importantly, it was cheap. However, after coming to a company, everything could not be cheap. Sometimes, the company's image was also very important. Jenny Pond was also very clear about this point. Therefore, although she was a little reluctant, she did not refuse because she also knew that this was also a kind of corporate culture. Since she could not resist, then she would try to accept it. At this time, Jiang Hai did not know about this inspirational scene in the Tunglong company. Speaking of which, he did not believe that there was anything inspirational in this world. He always thought that inspirational words were nonsense and a lie, because in the beginning, he had nothing to do with inspirational words at all. The reason why he changed from a stinky loser to what he was now was all because of his cheat. At this time, he was busy. Yes, he was also busy because today was really busy. There was no special reason. It was just that his fish had become popular. Chapter 716. It was the third day of the Boston Fish Exhibition. Just like the beef exhibition that Jiang Hai attended last time, the exhibition would only last for 7 days. However, only the first 5 days were for the exhibition. The last 2 days were for the selection. Although Jiang Hai had already reserved the gold medal for the quality category, he still needed to follow the necessary procedures. However, on the third day of the exhibition, Jiang Hai's restaurant ushered in a small climax, mainly because of El Spalier yesterday. Needless to say, Jiang Hai's fish was sold in this restaurant. He was the first person to eat the crab, but it turned out that the crab tasted quite good. Yesterday was not a holiday, and there were no activities, but the restaurant's turnover for the day was 3 times the usual. There were no secrets in the food and beverage industry, because everyone knew how much money they earned. Perhaps they didn't know the specifics, but with such a large sales volume, it was impossible for them not to know. At noon, they sold nearly twice the usual amount. In the evening, the demand was even more than the supply. Yesterday, when the buyer left, he deliberately bought all of Jiang Hai's remaining fish. Even the fish that Edward Anderson used to attract people were gone. At night, Edward Anderson and the others only brought back a pile of empty boxes. Of course, they caught more fish at night. This morning, Jiang Hai drove the F-750 to deliver the fish to the restaurant. When the fish were unloaded, the people there gave Jiang Hai $80,000 without hesitation. This was the money for today's fish. In addition to American redfish, jade spot, longzhu, and salmon, they also bought a lot of spotted shrimp, 2 lobsters, and 3 king crabs. Because it wasn't a private sale, there was no way to round off the change, and the money had to be rounded up. After confirming that the money had been received, Jiang Hai left. However, when he arrived at the dock, he found a lot of people crowded outside his exhibition hall. These people only had one identity: buyers. If we buy a lot of American redfish, can it be cheaper? Can you confirm the daily amount of salmon? How many days can this lobster live? If we buy lobsters, can the other fish be cheaper? Looking at the swarms of buyers, Edward Anderson couldn't handle it. After all, he wasn't a professional in selling these things. He was a professional in this field. Jiang Hai and Prawalton had already set the price for him to take out. Sometimes, he could even give them a small discount. But now, all these people were coming to him to talk about these things. He was a little confused. Fortunately, Jiang Hai arrived at this time. Edward Anderson couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Boss, they're all here to stock up on goods. Why don't you talk to them? I can't handle it anymore." Looking at these guys who seemed to want to eat him alive, Edward Anderson immediately hid beside Jiang Hai and said with a dumbfounded expression. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was also a little confused. After these buyers heard that Jiang Hai was the boss, their eyes lit up and they subconsciously wanted to rush over. But Peters was Jiang Hai's thick wall. When he saw these people rushing over, he instantly blocked them. "What's the matter? Line up and speak one by one." Looking at these guys with shining eyes, Jiang Hai also said loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people outside couldn't help but mutter. But looking at Knurse and Peters' size, they wisely chose to line up. I'm a buyer for XX Seafood Restaurant. We want to buy your seafood. How much is this price?" Seeing these people calm down, Jiang Hai winked at Peters and let the first person in. After this person came in, he said to Jiang Hai, "The price is written outside." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai pointed to the sign hanging there indifferently. Looking at Jiang Hai, this person quietly leaned in front of Jiang Hai and whispered to Jiang Hai, "Ahem, we can sign a long-term supply contract. Of course, the premise is that your seafood must be of good quality. In this case, can you give me an internal price?" Looking at Jiang Hai, this person quietly leaned in front of Jiang Hai and whispered to Jiang Hai, "Sorry, we don't sell at retail here. This is the wholesale price. If you can buy, think about what to buy and tell me. If you still need to think about it, don't block the people behind you. What is a rare commodity? What is a monopoly?" Jiang Hai's attitude is really bad. Don't buy his things if you have the guts. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, this person couldn't help but be a little annoyed. In fact, these buyers are in a very profitable business. They are knowledgeable about who they buy from. In the restaurant, they are the first people to buy. Generally speaking, American redfish is close to $9 per kilogram. If this restaurant buys the fish from Jiang Hai's manor, then Jiang Hai will definitely give this person something. Of course, this is not a bribe. It is similar to a commission agreement. 1 kilogram is $9 on the book, but in fact, it may be $8 or 80 cents or something. 20 cents of it goes into his pocket. This is the so-called internal price. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai doesn't buy it. He has to act like he doesn't have to worry about selling his things. He really doesn't have to worry about selling them. Fish is different from beef. Beef will be old in 2 years, but the bigger the fish, the more expensive it will be. Therefore, Jiang Hai is not in a hurry. As soon as he heard Jiang Hai's words, the man couldn't help but become angry out of shame. But when he saw that more and more people were gathering, and then he remembered that the boss had ordered him to buy it, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. The food and beverage industry has always been difficult to manage. What others have, you have to have, not to mention something as important as the ingredients. The taste is there, and it can't be compared with the existence of craftsmanship. Some small shops may not care about this, but in the eyes of high-end restaurants, since Jiang Hai's fish has appeared, it is indispensable. In the end, he sighed helplessly and ordered some fish first. After receiving Jiang Hai's order, he wrote down the fish he wants tomorrow. 150 kilograms of American redfish is worth $7,000. 100 kilograms of grouper is worth $6,000. 100 kilograms of anchovies is worth $6,000. 100 kilograms of anchovies is worth $6,000. And 50 kilograms of salmon is worth $5,000. Just these 4 fish are worth $24,500. Together with some other bream, edged fish, and spotted shrimp, this person ordered $31,000. This is only for one day. After he orders the fish, it will be a month's supply. He can only add more, not less. If he wants to add more, he has to give a day's notice. With the first person assigned, the people who come later don't talk nonsense. After they come, they directly take the order. They all ordered a month's supply in advance. If there are any changes, the contract can be terminated in advance. Jiang Hai doesn't care about this one, because he doesn't believe that his fish can be compared to anyone. It's that simple. Boston is a gathering place for seafood restaurants. There are many high-end seafood restaurants here. In a short time, Jiang Hai has a small stack of orders in his hands. There are as many as a dozen restaurants. Some of these restaurants have fewer orders, but they are similar to the first one. They have orders of around $30,000 a day. Some have orders of $40,000 or $50,000 a day. On average, each order is about $37,000. Including the order from Restaurant L yesterday, there are 15 restaurants in total. This is $55,500 a day. After deducting taxes, labor, and diesel, there are about $300,000 a day left. That's $10 million a month and $120 million a year, and this is only the money provided to the seafood restaurants in Boston. If you add the fish provided to Prawalton and the Shanghai supermarket, Chile in China doesn't need these fish for the time being. That's because people in China don't care if the salmon they eat is Atlantic salmon or chum salmon. In China, the big yellow croakers, Yangtze River fish, and Chinese Bahaba's fish are the ones that sell at high price. When these fish become bigger, it will be time to harvest the money in China. Just by selling ordinary fish, Jiang Hai's annual income is about $1 billion. This is talking about net income, not taxes. If taxes were calculated, the fish from these restaurants alone can provide Jiang Hai with about $200 million. Prawalton wants at least 10 times, which is $2 billion. However, tax evasion is very serious in the United States. Not counting taxes, Jiang Hai can make $1 billion a year from these fish. He has to admit that the fish is selling fast after he becomes famous. There is no shortage of rich people in this world. No matter how expensive something is, as long as it is unique, people will buy it. For example, bluefin tuna, blue marlin, green marlin, and so on. Excluding the domestic market, Jiang Hai's income from the foreign market alone is about $1.3 billion, which is more than the income from beef. Even if the price of cattle is doubled, it will still be the same. Moreover, in 2 years, the big yellow croakers, Chinese Bahabas, and Yangtze River fish can be sold in China. He can make at least $500 or $600 million a year, and this is the product of two-way charges. To be honest, Jiang Hai's business seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Boss, we're rich this time. After signing the receipt, Edward Anderson came to Jiang Hai's side with a smile. To be honest, he was really anxious when he saw the people on the ranch making money all day long, but now that the fish are sold, all the problems are solved. Yes, this time the fishing and beef should be very stable on both sides. But now there is a problem. That is, are we running out of fishermen and cowboys? Jiang Hai asked Edward Anderson after receiving the receipt. There is indeed a shortage of fishermen. Hiring 2 or 3 more should be enough. Thinking about it, Now that the 5 of them are rotating, if they don't fish every day, they can still rotate. However, now that they fish every day, it is indeed a little unsustainable. For a fishing boat to operate normally, it first needs a captain, a person to watch the sonar, a person to operate the crane, and some people to divide the fish. The more people there are, the faster they can catch the fish. However, Edward Anderson and the others only have 5 people. They can handle it if they are busy, but there are too few people. They could be busy for a few days, but they can't handle it all the time. If there are 2 or 3 more people who can take turns to get off work, it will be much better. They can catch fish for 2 days and rest for a day. Basically, they can take turns with physical fitness. As for the people who can drive the boat, this is easy to deal with. There are not many fishermen who can fly planes, but there are quite a few who can drive boats, and their skills are quite good. Then let's hire some more fishermen. I will move Aphrodite and the others into my villa. This way, there will be 4 small villas empty. Each villa has 4 rooms, and we can recruit a total of 16 people. Even if one person lives on 1 floor, we can still recruit 8 people. After you go back, discuss with Robins Garcia and see how many cowboys and fishermen are suitable for us. Hearing Robins Garcia say that they should recruit some fishermen, Jiang Hai also nodded. The manor is expanding, and it is inevitable to recruit more people, but the candidates must be chosen carefully. Don't worry about this. Robins Garcia and I are both old here. We can't recruit those who like to gamble, those who have a bad temper, and those who drink too much. Now that the United States has not recovered from the economic crisis, if we want to recruit good sailors and cowboys, there are really a lot of them. After hearing Jiang Hai's concerns, Edward Anderson patted his chest loudly. Everyone knew about the treatment in the Jiang Hai manor. All the cowboys and sailors were sharpening their heads, trying to drill in. With a salary of more than $1 million a year, no one would shrink back. Therefore, Edward Anderson and Robins Garcia were now quite confident. As long as they spread the word that Jiang Hai's manor was hiring, all the sailors and cowboys in the United States would line up in a row for them to choose from. This was the most direct attraction of the dollar. Hearing Edward Anderson's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Indeed, in the United States, no, in the world, there were very few bosses who were as generous as him. He ate the best quality beef and enjoyed an income that even doctors could not reach. They made more money for Jiang Hai, so Jiang Hai naturally did not mind reciprocating their efforts. Of course, the premise was that they had to work hard enough. Jiang Hai was not running a charity. If anyone had any bad intentions, Jiang Hai would not be merciful when dealing with them. In the next few days, I'll discuss with Robins Garcia first. After this fishing exhibition, we'll recruit people. Looking at Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson was now a little eager to give a try. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.